Welcome to Bernalillo County Chambers. I call this August 11th, 2026 hybrid administrative meeting of the Board of County Commissioners to order. Commissioner Barbara Baca will be joining remotely. We will have a moment of silence followed by the Pledge of Allegiance, led by, I think we should ask our birthday commissioner to lead the pledge with us. And so we'll have a moment of silence followed by our Pledge of Allegiance, led by Commissioner Benson.
Please rise. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you and happy birthday, Commissioner Benson. Madam County Manager, are there any changes or additions to the agenda?
Yes, good evening all, and there are a number of changes, and so I will just ask for patience as we move through these. 11D, Community Services, the development of the IVMP will be moved up on the agenda to be heard immediately following public comment as item 5A. Item 10H, Finance. This is a one-time draw from the Revenue Stabilization and Operating Reserve to be moved to the adoption of the resolution to be heard as a new 9B and to be presented and heard in conjunction with item 9A. Suspension of the rules is also requested for motions 1 and 2 adopting administrative and financial resolutions at introduction. Item 10A, Commissioners, Parks, Recreation, and Open Space Plan, PROST. The sponsor is requesting a suspension of the rules for the adoption at introduction, moving the item to adoption of resolution as item 9D. Staff are ready with planning and communication resources to accomplish this planning event, and the project has been in design for over 2 years, and that is why we're asking to begin right away. Item 10B, preliminary final quarter financial report year ending June 30th, 2026. Staff is requesting a suspension of the rules for an adoption at the introduction, moving the item to adoption of resolution as item 9E. The closeout of the fiscal year 2026 is due to the DFA by July 31st. However, due to the July recess, approving the final report was delayed. Item 10D, this is economic development. This is the South Valley Economic Development Center Expansion HUD grant. Staff is requesting suspension of the rules for adoption at introduction, moving this item to adoption of resolution as item 9F. The request for suspension is to expedite the release of the funds for the utilization of for this purpose because this was a fiscal year 24 grant. Item 10E, economic development. This is YDI Flora Vista Apartments Transitional Housing Funding. Staff is requesting suspension of the rules for adoption at introduction, moving the item to the adoption of resolution as item 9G. Request for suspension is to expedite and support timely project delivery as YDI has been working through the purchase of this property and need these funds to be able to complete its execution. Item 10F, emergency communications. Fiscal year 26, enhanced 911 grant staff is requesting suspension of the rules for the adoption and introduction, moving this item to the adoption of the resolution as 9H. The request for suspension of the rules is to immediately access the grant for improvements to the 911 call center, which is in process. A vote is required for the above actions to the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you, County Manager. I move to change the amendment. Yes.
Madam Chair, I'd like to add one more change from the dais
Oh,
here.
yes, Commissioners, do you have any changes? Sorry. Thank you.
I'd like to move to withdraw items 8A1 and 8A2. The Bernalillo County Charter Amendment, we would keep item 8A3, which sets the process by which the county would design the open and ethical elections ordinance. Working with our legal team and their staff there, I think that we have a viable process to move this forward. So the goal remains the same, removing money and influence from our local elections. But I think that we have a good path forward that will keep us moving forward without those two items.
Great. Thank you. Okay. I move to approve all the changes to the agenda. Can I have a second?
Second.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
could we go over the former items and numbers and what the current number is again? Just to make sure the
We can
agenda's
also
clear.
discuss anything you want to. Yes.
Thank you.
Um,
I support all the changes. I just like to, if we could, just go through the agenda now with former and now current item and numbers.
yes. County Manager, would you like to do that? I also have it on my agenda if you would like me to try, or who would like to?
I'm opting for you.
Okay. I believe it's on my agenda, so we can walk through it. Good, Commissioner Benson. So, item 5A was item 11D, and so 11D is now 5A. Then we go on to item 9B. Was item 10H. It's now going to be moved to item 9A. Sorry, not 9B. 9A. So item 10H it would be moved to adoption of resolutions to follow 9A and be 9B. 9B, I'm just going to read directly. Sorry. Okay, I'm going to start that one over. Item 10H will be moved to adoption of resolutions to follow 9A and be item 9B. That makes sense. Okay, when we go down to what is currently 9D, item 10A is going to be moved to adoption of resolutions as item 9D. And then the next one is the very next E is item 10B, moved to adoption of resolutions as item 9E. On the very next F, item 10D is moved to adoption of resolutions as item 9F. The very next one, item 10E, moved to adoption of resolutions as item 9G. We have still quite a few more. The very next H, item 10F is moved to adoption of resolutions as item 9H. Then we go to for item 10A, move to adoption of resolution as item 9D. So we might have already went over those.
Correct, yes.
Yeah.
You're just going to see them twice.
So, okay, that one we went twice, but there's more additional. Okay. The next one.
Madam Chair, that would conclude all of the
Okay.
changes with the, because you already mentioned the 11D to 5A. And then additionally, Commissioner Olivas also made a motion to strike motion 1 and 2 for 8A.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Benson. Thank you, Julie and Baca. Any other discussion about the agenda changes? I just want to note that, our staff works really hard to put all the things right places and things get changed and moved around. So this is what the agenda looks like. So excited. Any more? Okay, we have a vote and a motion. Madam Clerk, could you please call the roll?
Yes, Madam Chair. Commissioner Olivas.
Yes.
Commissioner Benson.
Yes.
Commissioner Barbara Baca.
Yes.
Vice Chair Frank Baca.
Yes.
Madam Chair Barboa.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Great. Now we move to proclamations. Public Works Division, Engineering Program Manager Amor Solano. to present presentation of certificate of, this is one of my favorite things. I'm glad so many people are in the audience today to hear about the Road EO, where we continue to win and Bernalillo County is champions again. Woo woo, look at that big trophy. Thank you and welcome. Please tell us about this exciting event and win.
Good evening. Good evening. I don't have my reading glasses. I'm sorry. I was unprepared. I apologize.
No, you're good.
Yes, please. I can't see that. I just got into
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. I'll step in because I didn't get her reading glasses. Good evening. I'm going to read the proclamation for it, and this is based on our performance and our continued dominance, I'd like to say, at the New Mexico Association of Counties annual rodeo competition. So a certificate of recognition given to Bernalillo County Public Works 2026 rodeo team. The Bernalillo County Board of Commissioners proudly recognizes the Public Works road and storm drain sections for their recent outstanding performance at the 2006 New Mexico Association of Counties Heavy Equipment Rodeo in McKinley County. Competing against heavy equipment operators from across the state in events featuring motor graders, front-end loaders, skid steers, backhoes, excavators, dump trucks. Team members represented Bernalillo County with skill, professionalism, and dedication. Their efforts resulted in 4 individual championship wins, as well as the overall county award and trophy, highlighting the exceptional expertise and knowledge of Bernalillo County Public Works. The members of the 2026 Bernco Rodeo team are Max Armstrong, Steve Benavides, Andreas Borunda, Patrick Chavez, Steve Chavez, Melissa Larry, Derek Lechelt, Luis Lopez, Gilbert Montoya, Chris Pacheco, Cordy Stumberg, Joseph V. Hill, Leonard Zamora, and Manuel Zamora. The board commends their achievements and congratulates them on their well-deserved recognition. So, and we have one of our individual award winners with us tonight, Melissa.
Yeah.
Thank you. You want to come up? Who's going to grab the trophy?
Yes,
picture?
please.
Okay. I would note as we're going up there that we beat McKinley County in their hometown.
Well, I just want to say as you guys come up that, unless anyone else had anything else to say, I just really appreciate it. I think it's such a proud that we are able to be so skilled, and thank you so much for this work. It's exciting. You, Elias. Just so he's in this way. Yay.
Congrats.
Thank you. Congratulations. Okay, thank you. We will now move on to item 5, public comment. Each person has 2 minutes, and you'll be alerted about remaining time. When your name is called, please make your way to the podium if you're speaking in person. Before making your statements, please state your name for the record. To maintain order and decorum, and in the spirit of professionalism and respect for everyone present, speakers must adhere to the 2-minute time limit. If the conduct of the presenter violates the rules, they may be subject to removal. I want to make a note that tonight we have a lot of speakers. We love public comment and the ability to hear from our community. And if you've heard what you've wanted to say said already, please try to keep the time down so we can get through. And you could say, I agree with, and keep it moving. We definitely want to hear from you, and we don't want to be here all night. So everybody has 2 minutes as usual, but also if we can make it as efficient as possible, appreciate that. Okay, Javier, and we do have people online and in person. So Javier, please call the names.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Tonight we have a total of 50 speakers, with 9 speakers appearing remotely. When your name is called, please stand up at the podium and state your name for the record. Our first speaker is Courtney Bryan, followed by Dr. Ward, followed by Grace Dukes. Courtney Bryan, followed by Dr. Ward, followed by Grace Dukes, followed by Rebecca Green.
Permission to approach the bench. I don't know how this works.
You can just go ahead and your 2 minutes start as soon as you start talking. Thank you.
Well, this ain't a rodeo, but saddle up. So, commissioners, what you have before you momentarily is a copy of the 2003 Tuff Sherbian Preservation Trust, which is in effect today. It was enacted by Congress in perpetuity to A, protect the Sandia Pueblo's cultural, religious, and heritage rights to the mountains, and 2, to protect the wilderness area public access to it. In yellow, you can see the proposed land closures in question. In addition, just for fun, you also have a copy from UNM Historical Archives of the history of the boundaries of the Pueblo of Sandia, which is a comprehensive historical deep dive of the 1748 Act of Possession, as well as the 1848 Treaty of Guadalupe Hidalgo, and all relevant information between and since. It's a very good read. Needless to say, this discussion that I'm about to present has already been had before, and history is repeating itself 23 short years later after this trust was carefully enacted. Today, wilderness advocates and representatives from sandiasforall.org are here to inform and educate the commissioners about the proposed Pueblo of Sandia Land Transfer Act, which the Pueblo has been working overtime to enact immediately. This proposal would take the 10,000 acres within the current preservation trust, currently co-managed by the Pueblo and the U.S. Forest Service, under the Secretary of Agriculture, and transfer them to the Secretary of the Interior for the benefit of the tribe. This is not a simple administrative change. This is a huge deal. Almost the entire west base of the Sandias that we see here from the city are at stake. And we all know for our Sandia Labs employees, our tourism industry, which is $2 billion annual, our physician recruitment efforts, it's certainly the healthcare or the education that's keeping and drawing people to New Mexico. Governor Paisano of Sandia Pueblo has made many hot claims that fuel this proposed transfer. And to quickly address each one, I don't know if I could take someone else's time or not.
No, we have too many speakers tonight, but
Okay.
We are accessible. We're here every 2 weeks, and all the commissioners are accessible and reachable.
Okay. Thank you guys very much.
Thank you. Thank you for this time and information. I will look it up.
Dr. Ward, followed by Grace Dukes, followed by Rebecca Green, followed by James Bakel.
Madam Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, Commissioners. Oh, sorry, Dr. Ward, or M. Ward, sorry. Briefly on the neighborhood ordinance, please give due consideration to the concerns of Wisconsin. Regarding the IVMMP, my request is removal of glyphosate-based products from the options for chemical control. In March of this year, the Seattle Glyphosate Symposium convened scientists, physicians, lawyers, journalists, industry representatives, and activists. I excerpt 2 sentences from the public statement issued at the end of the symposium. Evidence that glyphosate and glyphosate-based herbicides harm human health at levels of current use is now so strong that no additional delays in regulation can be justified. Agencies should act without further delay to limit their use or eliminate them if legally required to protect public health. Last month, the Supreme Court of the United States provided Bayer Monsanto immunity under the failure to warn tenet of tort liability because the EPA did not require a change in product label to warn of potential harms. That liability exposure likely will shift to the municipalities and institutions requiring or encouraging workers to use glyphosate-based herbicides. And please consider beyond the dollar sign attached to increased mechanical means or mechanical control, other costs. Health costs attributed to glyphosate exposure from low birth weight estimated to be $800 million to $1 billion annually for rural communities in the United States. There's also the loss of biodiversity to consider. Please remove glyphosate products from the IV MMP. Thank you.
Thank you.
Grace Dukes, followed by Rebecca Green, followed by James Bako, followed by Stan Davis.
My name is Grace Dukes. I'm here on behalf of the Albuquerque chapter of the Democratic Socialists of America to discuss, again, your contract with Flock Safety to allow anyone in the world to surveil our people through these unsecured cameras. Since I last stood here, the danger has only grown. The people in charge of our federal government want the exact kind of tracking I've warned you about. The new CDC director says that expanding abortion surveillance is a priority. That's just the tip of the iceberg. Immigration and Customs Enforcement doesn't even have a contract with them, and they don't need it. Across the country, ICE simply asks local police to run the searches for them. And in 1 year, agencies ran more than 4,000 license plate searches for immigration purposes, reaching over 5,000 communities. In state after state with laws prohibiting things like this, the data flowed anyway. And the data still flows from the Flock cameras in the Lowe's and the Target parking lots that are full right now. It's logging everybody's license plate. So if you're going to Target, then ICE has your license plate. This is a machine that the county pays to feed with your contract, and our laws don't stop it. The very first thing that SB 40 prohibits is sharing the data for immigration enforcement, yet it very likely still happens because it runs on an honor system. An out-of-state agency signs a form, nobody checks. A state law cannot close the federal door. So every month that your contract with Flock Safety stands, the county records where our neighbors live, work, and drop their kids off at school and hands the keys to a federal government that is carrying out mass deportations. The Albuquerque DSA's position is clear. No automated license plate readers in Bernalillo County, period. No Flock, no other names that are trying to conceal the fact that they are ALPRs. Everybody's outrage is focused on Flock, but there are other ALPRs. No ALPRs. Get the Flock out.
Rebecca Green, followed by James Bako, followed by Stan Davis, followed by Dr. Lisa Christofferson.
Good evening, Commissioners. I'm asking you to look carefully at what Congress actually protected when it created the Tufts-Shur-Bien Preservation Trust Area in 2003. Because there is an important difference between protecting Sandia Pueblo's cultural interests and telling the public that ordinary recreation on these lands is unlawful. The federal statute is extraordinarily clear. Congress established the Tufts-Shur-Bien Preservation Trust Area with 3 express purposes for the area. One of those purposes is to recognize and protect in perpetuity the long-standing use and enjoyment of the area by the public. The other 2 are to protect the Pueblo's rights and interests and to preserve the national forest and wilderness character. Those 3 purposes belong together. They are the settlement. That means that public recreation is not an accidental leftover from the settlement. It is one of the 3 primary purposes Congress expressly wrote into the law. These include hiking, walking, biking, backcountry camping, picnicking, running, wildlife, bird watching, horseback riding, photography, and rock climbing. These activities encompass some of the most dispersed use recreation allowable outside of the developed facilities and across landscape that is off trail. This is all permissible. Congress went further to enforce that the protection of climbing should be even further protected. The Explore Act expressly directed federal agencies to recognize recreational climbing, including the placement of anchors and fixed anchors, as appropriate use in the wilderness. So when representatives of the Pueblo and Representative Stansberry tell in media reports that these are characterized as unlawful, it is simply unfounded and untrue. If cultural protections need clarification, let us have that conversation. That is a reason for dialogue and thoughtful management, not for dismantling the In Perpetuity Settlement Act.
Jane Bakel, followed by Stan Davis, followed by Dr. Lisa Christofferson, followed by Lynn Kearney.
My name is Jane Beckley. Madam Chair and Commissioners, I want to thank Megan Holcomb and Planning Leadership for meeting with Wascona last month and hearing our concerns regarding the proposed neighborhood recognition ordinance. The crux of my concerns were eligibility requirements which could render Wascona or any coalition ineligible at some future date based on members' decisions we cannot control. Wascona will continue to strive to recruit, retain, and represent all associations in our area, but we cannot compel our members to seek county recognition. I respectfully request that the Commission amend the language to remove requirements of recognition by the county and location in the unincorporated county. Second, I respectfully request your unequivocal endorsement of the Parks, Recreation, Open Space, and Trails Plan. The language of the proposal eloquently captures my belief in the importance and value of our parks, trails, open space, and cultural landscapes. Our Wascona EC has wholeheartedly endorsed the work of our Secretary to advance a vision and plan for a recreational, energy, infrastructure, and open space corridor on the West Mesa. Members of Wascona will be present at every opportunity for public comment and engagement as this process moves forward. Lastly, I oppose the reinstatement of the use of glyphosate on county-managed properties. Given its well-documented harms, the risks appear to outweigh its benefits, even when used as a last resort. Thank you very much.
Stan Davis, followed by Dr. Lisa Christofferson, followed by Lynn Kearney, followed by Crescent Kearney.
Hello, I'm Stan Davis and I live in Sandia Heights. I'm here to ask BurnCo to please not rush to endorse the proposed Pueblo of Sandia Land Transfer Act of 2026 without doing your homework. Make no mistake, this act is, quote, for the benefit of the tribe. Please read the 2003 Tuff-Sherbian Preservation Trust Area Act, passed by Congress and agreed to by the Pueblo, which maintains by law that this vast and unique 10,000-acre expanse of the Sandias is to be held as national forest and wilderness in perpetuity. Please read the 1996 report, History of the Boundaries of the Pueblo of Sandia by state historian Stanley Hordes, who has a PhD in colonial Mexican history, and please read his sworn testimony to Congress in 2002. His research not only refutes the claim by the Pueblo that the eastern boundary goes all the way up to the crest of the Sandias, but it also calls into doubt the ethnic ties the current peoples of the Pueblo have to the original peoples who abandoned the area after the 1680 Pueblo Revolt. These findings suggest that ancient Aboriginal-type claims of sacredness to this vast portion of the Sandias are no more heartfelt than the feelings of spirituality, awe, and affection many generations of people since then and up to today have gained for this land. Finally, I ask you to please read between the lines. When the Pueblo claims that the public will still have access to this land, they are talking only about a few narrow trails and the forest road. The rest of this vast land, including numerous historic and perfectly legal trails and routes that have been used for generations, would most likely be made off limits to non-Pueblo peoples. When the Pueblo claims that they would be better stewards of the land, the overgrazed and denuded alluvial slopes below Rincon Ridge and the lush irrigated golf course on the Pueblo seem to suggest otherwise. When the Pueblo raises other concerns, such as vandalism, they are nothing more than distractions from the fact that the current 2003 Act is a sufficient vehicle to address them. This vast land of many uses is currently open to all peoples. Thank you.
Dr. Lisa Christofferson, followed by Lynn Kearney, followed by Crescent Kearney, followed by Joaquin Montoya.
Hi, President Barboa, Bernico commissioners. Thank you. Good evening. My name is Lisa Christofferson, Dr. Lisa Christofferson. I came here to speak about mass surveillance and medical care at the MDC. I didn't know what was on the agenda, but I want to say, as a descendant of a colonizer, I would never, ever, ever tell Indigenous people and Native people what to do with the land that we put them on, that they are stewards of. Mass surveillance. I'm here to ask you all to be more mindful of how we know data is acquired from surveillance in unlawful hands, how it is being used, how it has been used. This morning, I watched a video of a little boy trying to go to school, but who had been surveilled. The car had been surveilled from the immigration office where the attorneys were taking them to school, and they got stopped. And this little child crying. And you all, we know we have cameras, surveillance cameras in this county doing the very same thing, giving data to people who are using them unlawfully. We are asking you all to please be the reasonable voices in this state. Please say no to any surveillance. License plates readers, they can track the license plates. They can track a car all the way from the border, all the way up I-25. They don't even have to get out of their cars. They can use drones. They are tracking us. We are being surveilled. Medical care at MDC. With the current bloodlust of the mayor, who's in some kind of competition for who can be the most cruel between diaper dump, we have a lot of arrests going to MDC of people who need mental health services. What is happening at MDC? How can we in the community help to get more medical care there? UNMH is going to be stopping. I know this is a concern of you all. We have people who are coming there. If they're not going with their medication, then they're there unmedicated, and so they act out. And then they're being put into isolation where they're further traumatized. What are we going to do, commissioners, to help our people get the medical care they need? They cannot help it. Where are they supposed to go when we have poverty and mental illness?
Thank you.
Lynn Kearney, followed by Crescent Kearney, followed by Joaquin Montoya, followed by Elizabeth Reed.
Lynn Kearney came down ill this afternoon. Sorry. Good afternoon. It's held by some that Sandia Pueblo holds the commanding high ground in this dispute because their cultural and spiritual values are at risk under the existing settlement. But the story is not that simple. Many of us have inherited a Christian and deistic love of nature in general and wild nature in particular. The Romantics sought the sublime in a spiritual deism. God is impersonal, yet immanent in the natural world. They witnessed the divine by making a pilgrim's passage through forests, mountains, and rough trails to find what was revealed. Thoreau climbed through boulders and primeval forests on Mount Katahdin, and John Muir knew his pilgrimages afforded both the opportunity and the possibility of recreating his soul. In 1924, the first formal wilderness area in the world was established here in New Mexico, the Gila. Then in 1978, tracts of wild land formerly considered too small and too close to urban areas were added to the system specifically so that people in those urban areas would have relatively easy access to the kind of experience that could promote spiritual growth, recreation, and recreation. The Sandia Mountain Wilderness was born. Romantics often sought the eminence of the divine in nature through her grand and more dramatic moments. And I must say that if you travel to the foot of the Great Walls beneath Sandia's North Peak in winter, your pilgrimage will eventually bring you to the foot of those great cliffs, granite capped with snow and plastered with frozen rags of wind rime, and a sense of sublime beauty is then yours for the asking. It was the intention of the Wilderness Act of 1978 to preserve this area for all in perpetuity. The compromises achieved in the Preservation Trust Act of 2003 are just and should remain the basis for governance in this area. As John Muir wrote, quote, "In God's wilderness lies the hope of the world, the great, fresh, unblighted, unredeemed wilderness." Thank you.
Joaquin Montoya, followed by Elizabeth Reed, followed by Peggy Norton, followed by Anna Brown.
My name is Joaquin Montoya, and I'm here on behalf of DFLOC New Mexico. I'm a Bernalillo County resident, and I'm here to voice concerns and opposition to FLOC AOPR use in Bernalillo County. The Fourth Amendment was written by people who lived under British warrants, documents giving Crown officials unlimited authority to search any home, any person, with no objective or no judge approval. In 1761, James Otis Jr. argued against specifically that in a Boston courtroom. The framers later answered with one word: particularly. No warrant shall be issued without particularly describing the place to be searched and the person to be seized. Not generally, particularly. BCSO's own policy 306 states that flock cameras capture citizens without suspicion, every vehicle, no probable cause, no warrant. That data is then shared with 88 agencies across 3 states, including agencies that use location data to track abortion seekers, undocumented immigrants, and political protesters. In 2018, the Carpenter v. U.S. Supreme Court case ruled that aggregated location data held by a private company requires a warrant. Earlier this year, the court reaffirmed that ruling 6-3 in Chattree v. U.S. James Otis argued against a general warrant in 1761. The Supreme Court has now ruled twice that these cameras are one. In a matter that has gained nationwide attention, a local petition opposing this system has already gathered 3,400 signatures. I am asking this commission to cancel this contract and conduct a full compliance review. Thank you.
Elizabeth Reed, followed by Peggy Norton, followed by Anna Brown, followed by Suzanne Kelly.
Good evening, Madam Chair, Commissioners. My name is Elizabeth Reed, and I'm a member of the Community Coalition for the IVMMP. I've prepared the following statement in response to the proposed plan. I urge the Commission to strengthen this plan by adding measurable timelines and a defined path to eliminate synthetic pesticide use in public spaces. Each year, we spend hundreds of volunteer hours growing and distributing pesticide-free pollinator plants so residents can create habitat in their yards. This work is meant to support native pollinator populations that are under severe stress, which is why we are deeply concerned about toxins used in public spaces that accumulate over time and harm the very creatures that we are trying to protect. Whether or not one supports every detail, this plan is a starting point from which we must move quickly toward eliminating synthetic chemicals. These products pose risks to the people who apply them, the plants and wildlife exposed to them, and the soil and water that absorb them. With biodiversity under increasing pressure, delay is not a responsible option. The plan's direction appears constrained by budget and staffing limitations, rather than guided by an aspirational shift in how we prioritize and act on environmental health. Environmental health must be the ultimate standard by which we define responsible practice. The plan should be strengthened with clearer timelines and less subjective decision-making. Commissioner Olivas's proposed amendments recognize these shortcomings. A 3 to 5 year plan is essential so the Commission and administrators can budget for and pursue grant funding and align resources with the goal of eliminating synthetic chemical use. If BurnCo wants to truly commit to, quote, responsible environmental stewardship, sustainable land management, and the preservation of natural resources for future generations, it should adopt amendments that create measurable timelines and a clear path away from synthetic chemicals. Without that commitment, we cannot claim this ambitious but attainable goal. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Peggy Norton, followed by Anna Brown, followed by Suzanne Kelly, followed by Dr. Geraldo Cianello.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Peggy Norton. I've been on the Community Coalition with the IVMMP. I want to speak to that and also the Neighborhood Recognition Ordinance. I submitted numerous comments between July 13th and the end of July, as well as earlier. And I hope some of you looked at them, but if your files are as big as my files, I'm not sure how many you really had a chance to get through. I am concerned that the plan seems to emphasize synthetic herbicides. Many organic ones are approved by the state, and the county could use them and work with the state to approve others. There are also other alternatives, such as goats, such as mechanical, that have been eliminated as being considered. Why are we doing this plan? It's not just maintenance of landscape. Liability was a big issue back when it started, the huge settlements in the courts against Monsanto. Safety for workers and general public is important. Negative impact on the environment and wildlife. I submitted an article from Source, New Mexico, an interview with David Lightfoot, an ecologist at UNM, who was a very interesting article on the negative impacts of pesticides on populations of insects and birds. Researching other cities is going to take several years before any kind of implementation on that. As far as the neighborhood ordinance, there were two suggestions I had been speaking at meetings. One is that Facebook be recognized as a way to advertise meetings. The other is that elevation should be included as site plans, and instead that was eliminated. I also support Wisconsin's concerns, and I was president of the North Valley Coalition when I submitted these. Thank you.
Anna Brown, followed by Suzanne Kelly, followed by Dr. Geraldo Cianello, followed by Julie Frazier.
Hi, good evening, commissioners. Thank you for having us all here. This is sort of pretty cool to see. I'm just going to speak from my heart a little. The reason you're hearing from people about the Sandia Mountains tonight is that Sandoval County Commission unanimously voted on a resolution to support this land transfer without understanding the facts or the history. And we're not having any of that. We want you to understand the history of this 2003 agreement, which Bernalillo County was a party to. A county commissioner, or the county was very involved in this legal action, and I challenge you to educate yourself, learn about the history, direct the county manager to educate you guys, pull up all that history, and please speak out against this proposal. This is not in opposition to the Pueblo. The land claim was resolved in 2003. It was a boundary dispute. It was the Eastern Boundaries dispute, and it was resolved with this 2003 agreement. That's what's so frustrating about opening all of this up. It was already resolved. And so, again, Bernalillo County, City of Albuquerque, the tram, the neighbors who are enclave neighbors to that area were involved in these legal actions also, and they went on for years. So the 2003 agreement was a good one. It negotiated everything everybody had concerns about, including this commission. And Tim Cummins was the commissioner who testified before Congress. And I would encourage you to go read his statements and listen to his testimony, or read his testimony before Congress, so you can understand what the concerns were of the county commission back in the early 2000s. Walt Benson, you are my commissioner. I'm in the Skyview Acres neighborhood, which is at the very, well, thank you. Thank you for your service.
Susan Kelly, followed by,
Go ahead.
Susan Kelly, followed by Dr. Geraldo Cianello, followed by Julie Frazier, followed by Reverend Tony Bastaman.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the Commission. I'm a member of the Community Coalition on item 5A, the Vegetation Management Plan. And by background, I also spent 6 years of my career as a trails planner for the City of Albuquerque. I joined this project hoping to improve maintenance of the bicycle and multi-use trails, specifically reducing the population of goat heads. My strategy is to use organic herbicides when they are tiny and over time reduce their proliferation. I wrote a paper, and that's in your packet. I wasn't part of the glyphosate ban in 2019, but I've learned that organics were part of what the Commission wanted to try. However, during this past year, we did not discuss organics despite repeated suggestions from the Community Coalition. I appreciate that the final changes to the plan include organics. I believe this plan will improve county maintenance practices. I like the emphasis on prevention and early eradication rather than letting a weed grow to maturity and then spraying it with glyphosate. I do believe that maintenance crews face tremendous challenges in terms of acreage, the demands of various types of landscapes, insufficient manpower, and the forces of nature here in Bernalillo County. I do have a few big picture thoughts. One of them is that maintenance of the medians could be shifted to the road maintenance crews. They're better able to handle the traffic problems that they encounter. And another is to explore merging the city and the county open space and trails management. Parks and sports facilities are neighborhood oriented, but open space and trails are regional facilities. And it might make sense. There might be efficiency gains through economy of scale, sharing of specialized equipment, combining skills. And I support protection of the Sandias.
Dr. Geraldo Cianello, followed by Julie Frazier, followed by Reverend Tony Bastaman, followed by Julie Radoslavich.
Good evening, Madam Chair and members of the County Commission. I'm Dr. Geraldo Cianello. I'm an alternative health doctor, minister, and naturalized American citizen. What I'm about to share with you is very, very concerning to me, and you and every resident and taxpayers in this room should too. With the staggering influx of Muslims immigrating in the U.S., the influence of Islamic culture has grown exponentially. School curriculum includes Islam government agency make accommodation for hijabs and prayer times, and special exception for Islamic dietary laws, among many others. Why should this concern us? Immigrants have come to America from all over the world throughout our nation's history. Why urgency on the impact of Islam in our nation? You will learn about the people, organization, spiritual principles, and effects of this evil phenomenon, the Islamification of America or New Mexico. From 2010 to 2025, the American Muslim population has grown by over 73%, according to studies by the Pew Research Center and U.S. Religion Census, an increase of over at least 2 million countable Muslims in our nation, not reflecting those here overstaying a long-term visa or arriving through illegal entry. There are many voices out there who tells us that America needs to accept the message of Islam. However, we believe we must reject Islam and love Muslims. How? By revealing the truth about the false religion of Islam, a political, totalitarian, barbaric ideology that wears religion like a skin suit, using the noble idea of freedom of religion against America with Sharia law. Raping women, pedophiling kids, and executing homosexuals is not a religion, but a cult. Our prayer and action is needed before it's too late to preserve our freedom in our Constitution. A Muslim demonstrator in Dearborn, Michigan, and I quote, "We will use the freedom of the Constitution to destroy the Constitution," end quote, which leads to rage, terrorism, domination, and jihad. May God give you wisdom and discernment. Thank you.
Julie Frazier, followed by Reverend Tony Bastaman, followed by Julie Radoslavich, followed by Trevor Mashak.
Good evening. I'm Julie Frazier. I live in the northeast of Albuquerque, and I too would like to address the issue of the Sandia Pueblo's desire to move 10,000 acres of public land out of the land trust and back to the Pueblo. The many references you have already heard to the Bien agreement that was reached and passed by Congress in 2003 are appropriate. This piece of legislation took 10 years to draft to the mutual agreement of all parties, the Pueblo and the public. It addresses all of the Pueblo's stated reasons for desiring the land transfer and provides ways to address all of their concerns. It is a piece of legislation that should be respected and utilized in this case to address the Pueblo's current issues. I am respectfully asking the Bernalillo County County Commissioners to draft and pass a resolution opposing the proposed Sandia land transfer, keeping the Sandias available for all. Thank you.
Reverend Tony Bastaman, followed by Julie Radoslavich, followed by Trevor Mashak, followed by Lisa Casaus.
Good evening, Commissioner. My name is Reverend Tony Muhammad Bastaman. By the grace of the Lord, I changed my name, Tony Paul Bastaman. I would like to speak about global Sharia law movement. And I was born in Indonesia, grew up there, and I used to live in Europe 7 years. I used to work in Saudi Arabia, where I saw in my own head and my own eyes the beheading because against the criminal Sharia law, they chop the hand, and 1991 I convert to Christian in Australia. I live there. What I want you to know is you have to understand what the strategy, if you what the goal and what they try to take over the land or over the world. If you notice about the last 2 decades, they changed instead of the build mosque, they build Islamic center. That's the difference. Mosque is just worship, praise, but Islamic center is a global network. They try to educate it, ideology, and 2% of the organization of Muslim are extremists like Hizbullah Tahrir, Taliban, or ISIS, and so on. So I would like, it's my pleasure to educate it with my own experience, with my own knowledge, to protect New Mexico, even America, from the they try to attack the what is American in danger, what I believe. So I would like to educate it in the source what I can do, and to protect American from the Sharia law. But I believe too. That's all. I'm here. I'm just moving from California. We lived there for 20 years. Thank you so much.
Julie Radoslavich, followed by Trevor Mashak, followed by Lisa Casals, followed by Shirley Field.
Chair Barboa and Commissioners, my name is Julie Radoslavich. I speak tonight as chair of the West Central Alliance of Neighbors, that are known as We Can, representing 4 neighborhood associations just west of the Rio Grande. I also serve as president of Pat Hurley Neighborhood Association and am an executive member of Wiscona. We Can fully supports establishing a shared vision for the development of a comprehensive parks and recreation open space and trails plan, and urges your support as well. We Can will engage and activate as this plan develops and moves forward.
Trevor Mashak, followed by Lisa Casals, followed by Shirley Field, followed by Janet Sayers.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Trevor Mashak, and I'm here to express my opposition to the proposed land transfer that others have discussed of the 10,000 acres within the Sandia Wilderness. In 2003, as others mentioned, the Trust Act was passed, which created a balanced framework to preserve and protect in perpetuity the rights and interests of the Pueblo into the area, the national forest and wilderness character of the area, and the longstanding use and enjoyment of the area by the public. And the Act further states that all Pueblo claims to right, title, and interest of any kind to the area are permanently extinguished. 2 separate Senate committee reports then describe the legislation as a final and permanent resolution to ownership claim to the Sandia Mountain. The Sandia Mountains are incredibly important to the Sandia Pueblo, and I don't disagree with that at all, but it's also incredibly important to the public. We all live very busy, stressful, chaotic lives, and the Sandia Mountains are an incredible resource that we have for your constituents, the public at large, in addition to the Sandia Pueblo. So with all of that in mind, I have 2 requests for you. And the first is to pass a resolution supporting the 2003 Act and maintaining the 10,000 acres within U.S. Forest Service management. And second, consider how the county can help resolve the issues that are voiced by the Pueblo so that this land can remain public for the enjoyment of your constituents, the Pueblo, and everyone else within this 2003 framework. Thank you.
Lisa Casals, followed by Shirley Field, followed by Janet Sayers, followed by Kathy Yandel.
Hello, my name is Lisa Casals. As a Bernalillo County resident, I would like to voice my concern over the genetic flock camera contract held by Bernalillo County Sheriff's Office. I request that this matter be put on the council agenda for a full public hearing. The people have a right to know how, why, where their data is being used, how it is being collected, and how it is being protected. We also need to know who is accessing it, what the procedure for that is, and why. The potential hacking of systems, the use of the data by third parties and parties from out of state not in excluding ICE, is of great concern, as is individuals using the cameras to potentially stalk exes. I, for one, do not feel safer because of these cameras. So with that in mind, I would like to ask again for public hearing, for oversight, and ultimately for removal of APLR and flock cameras from the county and the state. Thank you.
Shirley Field, followed by Janet Sayers, followed by Kathy Yandel, followed by Deborah Hutchins.
Please be ready to approach the mic.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the Commission, Madam County Manager, and esteemed county staff. I'm Janet Sayers, resident of District 5 for the last 40 years. And I'm also the chairperson of your unified Bernalillo County Albuquerque Public Library System. I would like to say, on behalf of the board, our appreciation that the county is including $2.5 million in the, excuse me, the materials, library materials fund for the bond issue in November. And that is a very powerful source of money because books, materials, video, ebooks, audiobooks are purchased in multiple languages. We have 19 branches of the library system, and I am holding in my hand, this is actually, this will get you a book if you live in the South Valley, but you'd like to pick up a book at the Erna Ferguson Library on San Mateo. This will get your book taken from whatever branch it ends up at to the branch that you'd like to pick it up at. So this is, and I hope that everyone in the audience, this is free. And I hope that if you don't have a library card that you will go and get one. And I can't believe I have 27 seconds to use. So let's see now. And on behalf of a bunch of people in the audience whose lives were spent in parks and recreation, we also support the start of this strategic planning effort. And thank you all again for what you do, for your care and concern. And we'll be, well, that's all. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Janet.
Kathy Yandel, followed by Deborah Hutchins, followed by Mary Ingham, followed by Stuart Ingham.
Good evening. I'm Kathy Yandel, and I want to thank you for listening to all of our comments. It's already been said, but it bears repeating that the Sandias are indeed sacred to the Sandia Pueblo, and they're also sacred to many of us. Since Albuquerque's founding, people have gone to the mountains for solace and because of their love of nature, and we hope that can continue. And the second thing I'd like to say, it's been mentioned many times, the 2003 agreement. This morning I spent looking at some of the congressional records from that, and I was really overwhelmed by the amount of hours and weeks and years and months that all these people spent to come together to that agreement. And there were politicians, there was a tribal leadership, the Forest Service, researchers, lawyers, historians. So many people put in so much work to get there. And I think we can work together with these same groups and the public to continue that 2003 agreement and indeed to strengthen it. Thank you very much.
Deborah Hutchins, followed by Mary Ingham, followed by Stuart Ingham, followed by Danielle Griego, followed by Starlyn Brown.
Hello, my name is Deborah Hutchins. I am a native New Mexican born and raised in Albuquerque. Because of my love of the Sandia Mountains in 1985, I purchased a lot in Tierra Monte, where I built a house in 1991. I, as countless other New Mexico residents, enjoy the outdoors in the Sandia Mountains. I have fond memories of hiking to them with my grandfather, friends, other family members, and my son. I have followed the Sandia Pueblo's claims since they started in 1987 and resumed in 1994. Years of mediation after 1994 between the Forest Service, Sandia Pueblo, homeowners, and other stakeholders in the area produced the 2003 legislation agreement of the Roofshire Bend Preservation Trust Area. This legislation, approved by all parties, was passed by Congress, the House of Representatives, and signed by President Bush and was to settle the claim in perpetuity. It was a surprise to me to learn through the media that Sandia Pueblo is now asking the congressional delegation to transfer these 10,000 acres to them. The 15-page plus legislation recognizes and protects both the Pueblo and the public's use of this area. Within the legislation, the process for dispute resolution is explained. If the Pueblo has a dispute with the Forest Service, this process should be followed and not be a blind transfer of the land. A huge number of the nearly 1 million residents of this area, me included, continually enjoy the diverse recreational opportunities in the Sandia Mountains. I sincerely hope that the Pueblo issues are resolved under the process described in the 2003 agreement, and that the Sandia Mountains remain under the Forest Service's stewardship so everyone can enjoy them for the centuries to come. Thank you so much for your time.
Mary Ingham, followed by Stuart Ingham, followed by Danielle Griego, followed by Starlin Brown, followed by Kenny Grebe.
Excuse me. Hello, my name is Mary Ingham. I have some different concerns. One of them is I was reading the information on the agenda tonight, and it talked about Esparza advertising general elections, a voting awareness campaign, and that they'll be paid over $300,000. I'm just wondering for what, and why is I'm wondering why Bernalillo County is spending this money and what is the goal for that. I think that'd be really wonderful if that was made more clear. What kind of how was that group chosen and what are they planning? Also, there is the Keep New Mexico Alive campaign. It's an opioid settlement fund, prevention and awareness of dangers of opioid use and other drug use. And I believe this money could be, better spent. I feel like everybody in New Mexico understands what's happening with the opioid use. Our adopted son is now in his 9th drug rehab after 3 overdoses, a recent one. And he's in a different rehab now, a new one that seems maybe encouraging. But we just see over and over more and more programs opened up with taxpayer money and nobody looking at what they're doing, what the results are. I mean, some of them are the craziest places that you can think of. We've been to a lot of them. And I just don't want us to just keep throwing money down, and we're not getting the results. Our son is still having lots of difficulties. The other thing was with the Flora Vista Southwest, in the Southwest area, 22 units to be used for transitional housing. I really don't believe that Bernalillo County should be the largest housing provider in the state, and just wish we could look at some of those things. Thank you very much.
Stuart Ingham, followed by Danielle Griego, followed by Starlin Brown, followed by Kenny Grebe, followed by Lila Nezar.
Hello, my name's Stuart Ingham. I am also here to address the public financing proposal. We are unclear of what problem we are solving with this. It seems like it's pretty contrived. It's been clear to me that public financing in the city elections have caused the incumbents a great advantage. And just looking at how many get the actual public financing. And what happens to the donations, the $5 donations that get put in if somebody doesn't make their level of whatever, the number of donations they need to make? What happens to that money? How much will it cost Bernalillo County taxpayers to explore this proposal? What positions are going to be eligible for this proposal? And on what cap? Will there be a cap on those expenditures? I think candidates all should receive a small amount and be limited to that. What will the small donations go to when signatures are, if signatures are not collected enough? Where will those donations go? Will they be returned to those taxpayers that put the money in? This ballot this November has many federal and statewide candidates. It's going to be a very complicated ballot. It's really unfortunate they would try to put this on that specific ballot. And this idea was brought to this commission in the June 23 hearing, and there was no hearing in July. And so here we are getting ready to pass that proposal, and it has very little opportunity for voters to comment, and the final vote is today, if I'm not mistaken. I would appreciate you voting against it, at least to push it out till we can understand some of these issues. Thank you.
Danielle Griego, followed by Starlin Brown, followed by Kenny Grieve, followed by Lila Nezar, followed by Renee Horvath.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, thank you for the opportunity to speak this evening. My name is Starlin Brown, and I am President of the League of Women Voters of Central New Mexico. First, I want to thank each of you for your service to Bernalillo County and for the time and thoughtful consideration you give to the issues before you. We appreciate your public commitment to service, your commitment to public service, and to strengthening our community. The League of Women Voters has long supported voluntary public financing of political campaigns as a main means of promoting fair, ethical, and transparent elections. And thank you, Commissioner Olivas, for withdrawing 8A1 and 2 and proceeding with a resolution to study public financing in Bernalillo County. You have made most of what I was going to say irrelevant this evening. So let me finish with this. Bernalillo County has a strong tradition of open, transparent, and accountable government. We respectfully urge the Commission to complete the necessary analysis and planning. And thank you for your time, your service, and for considering the League's comments. Thank you.
Kenny Grieve, followed by Lila Nezar, followed by Renee Horvath, followed by Alejandro Torres, followed by Robert Chavez.
Good evening. My name is Kenny Grieve. I'm a resident of District 4 and contractor. I provide vegetation management services, both physically and using pesticides. I'm here as a participant in the community coalition, of which I wanted to express my concern with regards to the coalition itself. It is my opinion that the coalition has been a waste of money. The technical team that has been put together to make the recommendations for the vegetation management plan are very capable individuals. While the opinions of the coalition are in some ways practical and can be utilized, it's not something that can be done on scale, and that is my concern. I would like to just share that with you all in hopes that the funds that are being currently used for the coalition be used in practical manners that actually benefit the county as a whole. So I thank you for the time.
Lila Nezar, followed by Renee Horvath, followed by Alejandro Torres, followed by Robert Chavez, followed by Don Starr.
Good evening. My name is Renee Horvath. I live on the west side. I'm with the West Side Coalition and the Taylor Ranch Neighborhood Association. I'm here tonight because you're going to be looking at the neighborhood ordinance and some of the amendments they're proposing. So we have worked with Megan Holcomb over the last several months, and one of the things that caught my attention right away with Taylor Ranch is that we have very large boundaries from the river to the escarpment, from Paseo to Western Trails. And within our boundaries, we do have smaller neighborhood associations within those boundaries. And so we do have overlapping boundaries, but they have their own neighborhood associations. We have ours, they have theirs. And usually theirs are smaller within their own subdivisions, kind of like HOAs and stuff. It's never been a problem. So I just want to let you know that with the city, we had to deal with that also, and they grandfathered us in because Taylor Ranch Neighborhood Association has been in existence since 1980s, and a lot of them have formed within that time, and we all do our own thing. So we are treated as separate neighborhood associations. So that's how you should look at us. So I just want to make sure that's not a problem. And then also with the West Side Coalition, we do have several neighborhoods that are within the county that are registered, and so far so good. And hopefully it stays that way. But I guess the question, if one of them, if they lose their recognition, does this West Side Coalition still get notified on development projects? Because we still want to be notified on those. And also just saw that there's a resolution for the shared vision for parks, recreation, trails, agriculture, and open space. Certainly support that, and the moratorium on glyphosate. So thank you.
Alejandro Torres, followed by Robert Chavez, followed by Don Starr, followed by Ken Romig, followed by Sharon Murray.
Go ahead, Mr. Chavez.
Guess I'll be Alejandro Torres for the moment.
No.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the Commission. My name is Robert Chavez. I work with YDI. I'm here to, requesting support of the purchase of land on 4800 Flora Vista for affordable and transitional living. The benefits of AR 26, there are many. It really provides, it's going to be a different type of supportive and transitional living apartment complex. It's going to be able to bridge independence for individuals who are coming out of incarceration, individuals that are aging out of foster care, individuals who are others in systems that cannot obtain housing with the support from Youth Development Incorporated and our wraparound services. It's going to allow individuals from unstable housing situations to be in a place where they get supported for stability and avoid being on the streets and homeless. It's going to allow YDI to provide life skills for them. It's going to allow us to do budgeting. It's going to allow us to provide support. It's going to allow us to provide case management. It's going to allow us to provide financial literacy to individuals residing there. It's going to help us improve educational outcomes. As we do individual needs assessments of residents, we're going to be able to find out who needs an HSE or and we'll put them in a high school pleasant program. Who has a child? We're going to put them in early childhood. Who needs who has become pregnant? We have a nurse family partnership where I can assign a nurse to do home visiting with them at the apartment complex to get them through pregnancy up to 2 years post the birth of the children. So it's going to be a different type of supportive housing residents. It allows us to create a continuous care. We learned at YDI, we're celebrating 55 years. We've learned that having a continuum of care helps individuals be successful, and getting young adults who need support there, providing that care will again help them improve their lives. So with those reasons, I ask for the County Commission to support AR 226. It's an investment in the future of our community. Thank you for your time. Good evening.
Thank you.
Don Starr, followed by Ken Romig, followed by Sharon Murray, followed by Rudolph Serrano, followed by Greg Bloom.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Dawn Starr. I have a simple question. What does the proposed land transfer of 10,000 acres of Sandia Mountain to Sandia Pueblo accomplish that the 2003 settlement doesn't already provide? The existing law was carefully designed to allow Pueblo interest, Forest Service, and public interest to coexist. It protects Sandia Pueblo's cultural and religious rights, gives the Pueblo a defined role in management of the area, provides jurisdiction in specifically defined circumstances, and protects the Pueblo's access for traditional and cultural uses, all while keeping the land within the National Forest and Wilderness System. The Pueblo does not need to own the land in order to have a meaningful role in its protection and management. Congress already built that role into the settlement. And this was an agreement made with the Pueblo's participation. Governor Stuart Paisano was governor of Sandia Pueblo from 2000 through 2006. He was the Pueblo's representative during the settlement process and personally participated in the congressional consideration of the legislation that became the 2003 settlement. So if there's something that needs to be addressed, the first question should be, can it be addressed using the authority and protections that already exist? Let us use the framework that already exists, work within it, and honor the balance that Congress established in 2003, and that the Pueblo, under Governor Paisano's leadership at the time, brought forward for congressional ratification. The settlement was created to resolve all the issues that might come up in the future. Let us honor that settlement rather than replace it. Thank you.
Ken Romig, followed by Sharon Murray, followed by Rudolph Serrano, followed by Greg Bloom, followed by Barbara Grothams.
Madam Chair and Commissioners, thank you for your time. My name is Ken Romig. I'm at 1916 Louise in the South Valley, District 2. I come as the landscape architect with Consensus Planning. We're in downtown Albuquerque. I regularly work with parks and recreation, planning, and natural resources relative to housing of all types, parks, planning, design, and green stormwater infrastructure. I'm here today to address a rather minor issue compared to what's on your docket, but I understand there are county objections to the use of gravel mulches. Although seemingly excessive in xeriscapes, gravels serve a very important function in landscape design and construction. For years, NMDOT has used a light rock mulch and seeding operations to stabilize the slopes along our roadways and medians. And gravel mulches assist with erosion control every day in my practice. Erosion control, weed suppression, and preservation of soil moisture. Solutions or substitutions for gravel mulches are very few. Wood mulch is subject to wind and washed away. Although native grass cover and seeding is a very important component, it requires precipitation, and irrigation, which is costly, as well as utilizing a resource we have very little of. In closing, I'd like to reiterate that as a landscape architect, I regularly work hard to comply with Bernalillo County landscape, green stormwater infrastructure, and natural resource regulations. And I assure you as a landscape professional of 30 years that gravel mulch as a landscape material is crucial to a landscape success, managing stormwater, and keeping our water clean. Lastly, I hope you support the Parks and Recreation Open Space Plan.
Sharon Murray, followed by Rudolph Serrano, followed by Greg Bloom, followed by Barbara Grothams.
Hello. First of all, thank you all for listening to us tonight. I'm not comfortable doing this, but I'm going to do it anyhow. So, I'm here tonight to ask that the Bernalillo County Commission oppose the transfer of land from the Wilderness Preservation Trust, Tough Sure Bien. The Sandias are a treasure to all of us, and it should be for all people, not just a few. The U.S. Congressional Act protected the wilderness and set it up to be accessible for all. Congress worked hard to craft a solution that addressed the needs of all of the various people and the parties that were involved. When the wilderness was established, Sandia Pueblo was involved and in agreement with it. The wilderness was set up in perpetuity. Concerns can and should be addressed within the framework of this trust. It's all built in there already. I feel like one matter that hasn't been touched on is it sets a very dangerous precedent that our wilderness lands and our national parks even can go backwards, can be taken out. And so it's a very local thing, but it's much bigger than that. And the other thing, this is a small thing to me personally, but a big thing for the city, it is surprising how big of a draw the Sandias are for tourism. If you're out on the trails and you chat with people, so many people are just here visiting and they're up on the mountain enjoying it. So that about covers it. Thank you again for listening.
Rudolph Serrano, followed by Greg Bloom, followed by Barbara Grothams.
Madam Chair, happy birthday, Mr. Benson, and thank you for all your service to all of us. You should be home, but thanks for being here. Today, first, I want to mention we're talking about opioids tonight, and THC at 100% is equal to opiates. Marijuana, now we have the debate, is it cannabis or marijuana, and they want to fight it's Hispanic, it's not. Marijuana is 3% THC. What we're selling in the stores is 100%. Ask your phone, just say AI, what happens if I give THC 100% to a 13-year-old in Albuquerque? And he's going to tell you he's going to have schizophrenia by 17. So we're having a bunch of schizophrenic kids with guns out in the streets because we're making them. We're giving them that. We need something that we can regulate THC, at least for children or under 18. So I'm going to ask you that. Same thing for firefighters. We pass, okay, go ahead, smoke THC, but let's do marijuana. Let's leave cannabis for whatever problems we want, and let's bring it down. That's the main thing today. But I also want to see, you see, my dog is a service dog. She is off the leash. As American Disabilities Act permit me to have it, I'm having problems all over the place, but I'll confront it. But you know, and she can bark if I say bark. I was gonna make her sing "Happy Birthday," but they asked me not to. But she can. And the other thing is art. You know, we're back from Miami. I'm excited for the art project, and I'll keep discussing it with you guys. Thank you very much. Come on. Let's go.
Greg Bloom, followed by Barbara Grothams.
Hi there. Good evening, everyone. My name is Greg Bloom, and I'm also here to speak to the threat to public access to the Sandia Mountains, particularly and including the Loose Trail, Piedra Lisa, some of the most popular trails, not just in this area, but in our state. My family and I have lived in Albuquerque for some 2 decades, and recreating in the Sandias is a major part of our lives here. We're out hiking and walking our dogs in the Sandia almost every day, and certainly every weekend. The thought of lost access is devastating. This is why so many of us are here tonight. The Sandias are a largely spotless and beautiful area, but like many areas in the wildland-city interface, there are management challenges in the parking areas and pullouts. So let's address these problems, but let's always remember that these are management problems, not ownership problems. Ownership was resolved some 20 years ago with the 2003 Settlement Act. These are public lands, federal lands, your lands, and we all want to maintain access. Now, I agree with the Pueblo of Sandia that more can be done to manage litter, fireworks, parties, gunfire, bonfires, etc. But I disagree with the Pueblo seeking ownership of this land. The 2003 Settlement Act is the working vehicle to resolve these issues. So keeping this in mind, our group of mountain users and neighbors have asked the Stansberry office and the Heinrich offices to establish a task force to take on these issues by bringing all parties to the table, including the Pueblo, the Forest Service, the counties, neighborhoods in the area, user groups, sheriff's departments, and more. So please join this task force when the call comes in. Put your support behind keeping public lands in public hands. Thank you.
Barbara Grothams.
Good evening, Commissioners. It's always a pleasure to come and see you all hard at work here on behalf of our county. My name is Barbara Grothas. I live down the street on Silver Avenue, and I'm here to talk to you about being one of the greatest terrorists our country has ever seen. Our federal officials are calling people like me dangerous to our country, the biggest terrorist threat to our nation. And when we are seeing the way our government is using the data they're collecting from things like the flock cameras, we're very concerned about how our government is going to threaten us, whether with deportation, concentration camps, or any other form of oppression. And I just want to say, I hope you please look at the contract we have for these cameras and consider the actual threat to our public lives by having these cameras and how they're used, collecting data about people in our cars. Thank you.
This concludes our in-person speakers. We will now move on to our speakers online. First speaker, Jacqueline Ben Rostro.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great. Thank you, Madam Chair and County Commissioners, for the opportunity to join you remotely this evening. My name is Jacqueline Buenrostro, and I work for the Xerces Society for Invertebrate Conservation, and I served as a subject matter expert in the development of the IVMMP, which is being considered this evening. So tonight, I am incredibly pleased to provide my full support for the passage of the IVMMP. And as part of my work with the Xerces Society, I have reviewed hundreds of community integrated pest and weed management plans. And I can really honestly and proudly say that the IVMMP is one of the highest caliber plans that I have reviewed in my work. This plan is detailed, it is thoughtful, it is robust, and most importantly, it is actionable. From my experience working with other communities, I've seen that an integrated approach like the one in the IVMMP is really the best way to care for landscapes and support people and local wildlife. And I just want to note importantly that I've seen that this integrated approach is so much more effective than banning any single herbicide. Chemical bans can be prone to regrettable substitutions of riskier products, and they can leave staff with limited feasible options for managing key weeds. And we know that key weeds themselves pose ecological harm when not managed appropriately. So instead, the IVMMP utilizes a whole system approach that prevents weed issues, uses least toxic management options, and reduces harm when herbicides are used. So thank you again for the opportunity to submit comment. I'd like to reiterate my support for the IVMMP, and please feel free to follow up with me anytime if you have questions. Thank you.
Richard Schaefer. Go ahead, Mr. Schaefer. Mr. Schaefer, you're muted.
Thank you. We'll keep moving forward, and maybe if you need yeah.
Jory Mashak.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, great. Commissioners, my name is Jory Mashak, and I'm asking you to oppose the proposed transfer of nearly 10,000 acres of the Sandia Mountains out of National Forest Service. This proposed land transfer would move our state's most visited outdoor recreation area, the Sandia Mountains, out of Forest Service management to become a part of Sandia Reservation. The Sandoval County Commission passed a resolution of support for the land transfer before I think they really understood the potential consequences. I'm asking you not to make the same mistake. The first time I visited Albuquerque was in 2011. A friend took me hiking in the Sandias, and I remember thinking it was one of the most magical places I had ever been. I told myself that someday I was going to live there, and just a year later, I moved to New Mexico. The Sandias are what brought me here, and they're a big part of what keep me here. I don't think my story is unusual. The Sandias are part of Albuquerque's identity and one of the things that make this an extraordinary place to live. That has real value to this community. Since learning about this proposal, I've talked with more friends than I can count. People who grew up here and people who chose to move here who have said some version of the same thing. If we lose access to the Sandias, I'm not sure I want to stay here. I understand that feeling because for the first time, I found myself thinking it too. I thought Albuquerque was my forever home, but if we lose access to these mountains, I'm not 100% sure. I don't say that lightly, and I hope you think about what it means for Albuquerque if people who love this city start asking themselves that question. The 2003 Tufts Sherbian Preservation Trust Area Act was designed to avoid that choice. It protects the Pueblo's cultural and traditional interests, preserves the wilderness, and protects the public's longstanding use and enjoyment of the mountains. Ask what Albuquerque stands to lose if Sandia Mountains are transferred out of Forest Service and become a part of Sandia Reservation. The Bernalillo County Commission understood that in 2003 and was working actively to move forward the 2003 Act to find a balanced compromise. The Sandias are part of what makes Albuquerque the gem that it is. They brought me here, they've helped make this place my home, and I want them to remain a reason that my family and the next generation choose to stay here. Please stand up for continued Forest Service management, public access, and the 2003 agreement. Thank you.
I'm sorry, we're going to limit clapping so we can
Mason
keep moving.
Graham.
Hello, members of the commission. My name is Mason Graham. I'm the policy director for Common Cause New Mexico. Thank you for taking some time for this public comment this evening. I am here to speak on the proposed amendment for public financing of campaigns and elections. I know that there's been some changes and there's already been quite a few comments this evening, so I'll be brief. But in the past, Common Cause has supported public financing for elections. It increases transparency for the public. It allows for folks that may not have an opportunity to run for office to consider that option and see themselves in the seat of government. I wanted to thank Commissioner Olivas for taking some additional time to do a study to make sure that it is done right and that there is a little bit more research done. I know that there are some looks at the Albuquerque model for public financing, and that could be improved upon. So, I look forward to hearing more about the discussion this evening in regards to the public financing. Thank you.
Christine Mermier.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Hi, my name's Dr. Christine Mermier. I've lived here in Albuquerque most of my life, and I don't want to repeat what so many other people have said here and take more of your time, but I'll echo what Jory Meshach said, and that when I found out that we possibly were going to lose access to the majority of the Sandia Mountains, my first thought was, I'm out of here. This is a place that I go 3 to 4 times a week to recreate and just to enjoy getting away from city living and so on. The other thing is that I worked at the University of New Mexico for many years, and we were recruiting graduate students and faculty to come here. And, I said, okay, frankly, here's what's going on. Albuquerque has its problems, homelessness, traffic, all of the things that we battle not only here, but in other cities. But we have access within, depending on where you live, 15 minutes to 45 minutes to this vast wilderness. And it really, really is a game changer. And people come here, for instance, for the balloon fiesta. They go up into the mountains and they're blown away by how beautiful this place is. So I'm just deeply concerned that I'll only be able to walk on a narrow little trail, and even that could be changed. So I respectfully ask you to consider putting something together to not support the transfer of the land. Thank you very much.
Kate Goldblum.
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to add my opposition to the transfer of federal land to the Pueblo of Sandia. I've picnicked, run, and hiked on our beautiful mountains since my parents moved their young family to New Mexico in 1952. My experiences on the mountain have been some of the most treasured moments of my life. The opportunity for others to have similar experiences in the future should not be taken away. Members of the Pueblo of Sandia have valid concerns, and we should address those. But they're not the only people who hold the mountain sacred. The mountain belongs to all of us who hold our mountain sacred. And I hope that you'll support our position in opposing the transfer of federal lands. Thank you.
Norm Gom. Go ahead, Mr. Gom.
Thank you, Commissioners. I'm Norm Gom, a former director of the Interstate Stream Commission and president of New Mexico Water Advocates. Outdoor recreation matters deeply to my family, friends, and neighbors. Several have spoken eloquently tonight. Two things. First, the Sandias. I ask you to tell our delegation formally, public lands stay in public hands. Designated U.S. Forest Service wilderness remains wilderness. Perpetuity means just that. Second, representing New Mexico Water Advocates. The Middle Rio Grande is right around the corner from water bankruptcy. That is what a Rio Grande Compact violation is. New Mexico began this year deep in water delivery debt to Elephant Butte. It's gotten much worse. 87 miles of the Rio Grande are dry. We will start 2027 with little margin left before we pass the compact's debt limit. Texas will sue. The state owns this water debt, but it is made here in the Middle Rio Grande, including in this county, by our diversions, our pumping, and a river channel too broken to deliver water efficiency. To see what comes next, look south. The water bankruptcy settlement the Supreme Court approved May 26 will cost New Mexicans hundreds of millions. Significant groundwater rights must be permanently retired. Cities there are junior to the farmers. Las Cruces is negotiating now to keep its drinking water. That is bankruptcy. It is not abstract and it's not far off. I ask you to educate themselves and do your part to stave off this disaster. Thank you.
Teresa McGrew and Michelle Hegman also signed up to speak, but I am not able to identify them online. Therefore, this concludes our public comment.
Thank you so much, Javier, and thank you to all the people who came out to express and be part of our public process. We really appreciate everybody's time coming out to be engaged in your civic duties. Thank you very much. We will move now to item 5A, development of the Integrated Vegetation Maintenance and Management Plan. Parks, Recreation, and Open Space Director Andre Dixon to present. Welcome,
Yes,
Andre.
welcome.
She's the one that said use this one.
Hey, good afternoon, Madam Chair, County Commissioners, Madam County Manager, Andre Dixon, Director for Parks, Recreation, Open Space. Today we are presenting the Integrated Vegetation Management and Maintenance Plan, also known as the IVMMP. In front of you this evening, there's two motions that PROS is requesting. The first one is the motion to adopt the Bernalillo County Integrated Vegetation Management and Maintenance Plan for fiscal year 2027 through 2028, including the proposed fiscal year 28 implementation budget. The second motion is to authorize the county manager to negotiate, execute, and approve amendments within available appropriations and in accordance with county purchasing, procurement, and budget policies. Now to talk about how the IVMMP was developed. This was through a collaborative planning structure consisting of an internal technical team, a community coalition team, external subject matter experts, and consultant support, which consisted of Anthropopoulos Design plus Planning, Richard Purse, and Site Southwest, Farah Dang. This afternoon, we have a member from the Community Coalition that would like to talk about the Community Coalition process. So at this time, I'm going to introduce Peggy Norden.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So my name is Peggy Norton. I've been involved in the glyphosate ban effort since 2018. I'm a member of the Community Coalition, but my comments do not represent a communal consensus of the group, although I am acknowledged as a speaker for the group. I would like to comment and expand the points in Margarita's slides. We have some perspectives we would like to present, and I've talked with 3 others of the group. We appreciate all the effort that has gone into writing this plan by staff, and we appreciate being a part of that effort. We did participate in multiple meetings, but we felt those meetings isolated our group, and facts or knowledge were not presented that would have been helpful in our views of the eventual draft plan. The May 8th plan was presented to us, and the May 20th meeting was our first really solid communication with staff. While the technical staff was presented with current practices, those were not communicated to us. That would have been helpful to know what was going on now. The field trips were helpful, particularly via the Bosque to see a park and discuss varying viewpoints of maintenance. What are weeds? How to deal with pollinators, bees, and public concerns. While we reviewed the 3 draft plans, comments submitted on the first plan were mostly not addressed. It was only at the end of July that a document was submitted addressing staff's comments about our concerns and why these concerns were not considered in the plan. While we may have helped identify community priorities, the ban on glyphosate is not in the current version. That is where this project started. Other priorities included using alternatives to synthetic herbicides for control. I understand new amendments may be addressing this. Numerous recommendations were made by members, accepted by the technical staff, and did strengthen the final plan. If I had more time, I'd list a few of those. While the plan did reflect some of the community values, the particular ones of health and environment do not seem to be present. I want to emphasize that there is no universal view by the coalition. We did not discuss this whole plan and come to a consensus of agreement of parts of it. The reference to minority did not reflect the percentage of the coalition. It was simply a statement of support, non-support for part of the plan that members could submit. Again, I think I could speak for all the members that attended most of the meetings, and we appreciate being a part of the effort on this and the response to our concerns. Thank you.
Thank you for your service.
Okay, Madam Chair, County Commissioners, now I would like to talk about the internal technical team. The technical team consisted of staff from land management, parks, public works to develop, review, and refine the plan content. The technical team worked with Site Southwest to develop the land management operations, providing staff with clear, practical guidance for implementation of the IVMMP. External subject matter experts provided technical and scientific expertise to ensure the IVMMP reflects current science, best practices, and sustainable strategies. At this time, I would like to recognize our hardworking men and women from the land management section.
Thank you so much for being here.
We would also like to sincerely thank Dr. Leslie Beck and John Garlish with the New Mexico State University Cooperative Extension. Jacqueline Buenrostro, who was recommended by Commissioner Olivas. Jacqueline is with the Xerces Society. Mr. Steve Baca with the New Mexico Department of Agriculture, Pesticide Compliance. And landscape professionals Mark Chavis and Thomas Tagay for their expertise and contribution to making this plan comprehensive. Now, to speak to the comprehensive plan of this document, I would like to introduce Collie Brownson, Stormwater Program Compliance Administrator with Natural Resources Services.
Thank you.
Good evening, Chair, Commissioners. Thank you. I want to just speak really quick to the mission of the Natural Resource Services. I know this plan is for the Parks, Recreation, and Open Space, and so to just explain a little bit why we have so much involvement. The mission of Natural Resource Services section is to steward Bernalillo County's natural resources, including providing internal technical consulting on environmental matters to our other county departments. So we are here in that capacity and have been working a lot of hours on this plan. Thank you, Andre. So last year, the Commission approved the Administrative Resolution 2025-32, which, among other requirements and provisions, directed the continued development of the Integrated Vegetation Monitoring and Maintenance Plan. The purpose of the, or IVMMP, the purpose of the IVMMP is to provide guidance and a framework for weed management in county landscapes while reducing the use of herbicides. Central to the IVMMP are the policy and goals. This is what guides the plan. The heart, really, of the IVMMP is the Integrated Weed Management, or IWM, which is a holistic and scientific approach to weed management that uses multiple strategies, either independently or in combination, and uses herbicides as a last resort. This approach aims to improve the effectiveness of weed management while minimizing the volume and toxicity of herbicide use, minimizing impacts to human health and the environment, controlling invasive and noxious weeds, and supporting native plant communities. So I'm going to briefly talk about the various components in the IVMMP. The background section discusses the history of the county's IVMMP, this plan development process, which Andre addressed, and a summary of the Pierce City Survey, which looked at what other cities are doing to manage weeds and minimize herbicide use. The IWM is at the core of the plan. You can see it up there in bold. And I will discuss this in more detail in a moment. The IVMMP also includes a weed management pilot study proposal and a landscape conversion plan, which I will also discuss. Finally, the proposed FY28 budget is presented, followed by a discussion of the next steps needed to implement this plan. So the integrated weed management strategies is really the core of this plan. It includes a description of the weed control strategies, which include preventative, cultural, physical, mechanical strategies, and again, with the use of herbicides as a last resort. The IWM provides a decision-making process, which you can see on the right of the slide, to identify weeds, apply control strategies, and monitor the effectiveness of weed management. To implement the IWM, we are requesting the addition of a new staff position. This would be the IWM program coordinator, which will coordinate the implementation of the IWM and the IVMMP program, including all the components that we're discussing here tonight. Part of one of the components of the IWM is a robust training program. It's imperative to the success of this plan. It provides staff with the tools and support they need to effectively maintain weeds following the IWM strategies. Additionally, a new asset and/or maintenance management system is requested that will help improve tracking, monitoring, and maintenance management. The county will also develop a community volunteer program. This has been requested for a while. We will develop a program for weed management by county volunteers at our facilities. This provides community engagement as well as supporting staff by helping us manage those weeds. The plan also includes an annual review of our weed management and maintenance outcomes. It allows us to look at what has worked and what hasn't worked so we can improve and change the plan as we move forward. Finally, the plan includes a proposal for a pilot study which will look at the effectiveness of 5 synthetic and 5 alternative herbicides. The alternatives will include least toxic and organic options for weed management. And it will also look at the potential impacts on soil health. This study will be conducted in collaboration with our partners at New Mexico State University. and will be performed. I'm sorry, I live by UNM. It's hard to remember the name of the one down south. No, but they're our partners and they're wonderful. But NMSU will help us with this study. They will perform it at their facility because it's controlled, and then that will provide us with replicable results. The results of this study will also help us inform the selection of herbicides used by the county. I'm sorry. Okay. Sorry. Next, we're going to talk about the landscape conversion plan within the IVMMP. It identifies priorities for conversion of existing landscapes to minimize weeds where we have problems with weeds and to minimize the use of herbicides. It includes a prioritization process for annual identification of landscapes for conversion. It references existing county design standards that will inform landscapes conversions, in addition to preventative controls that pertain to the new landscapes as presented in the IWM section of the plan, which is, if you're looking at it, section 7.3.2. Continued development of landscape standards is also identified in the next steps section of this plan. This section also includes a landscape conversion case study. The picture you see on the right is a before and after image at Tom Tenorio Park. This is an interstitial space between the parking lot and sports fields. It had become overrun with weeds, as you can see, tumbleweeds and other weeds, and there were also issues with erosion. Our pros planning and land management staff looked at this and found a way to establish this native plant pollinator garden, and they did that just this year, and you can really see the difference. So these are the kinds of projects we're looking at doing. And it's one example. It can look like many things. So finally, I want to talk about the next steps of the IWM. The next steps identified are listed here on the slide. Some of these steps were included in the Administrative Resolution 2025-32 that we weren't able to get to within this last year. And then it also includes additional tasks that while we were developing the IVMMP, we identified, and we feel that these are really important to help improve the IWM program. This plan is intended to be a living document. So as we learn more, as we get more information from the pilot study, from using these, implementing the IWM, we will update and we will continue to improve this plan. The next steps will be implemented pending funding availability, and then additionally, county staff will be present. County staff will present a revised and updated IVMMP to the Commission for consideration by June of 2028. I would stand for any questions.
Thank you so much for all this great information. Yes, Commissioner Frank Baca, please. Mixing up everybody's names.
I just want to note the amazing work the staff did. This is the notebook that it was compiled into. There's, I think, 700 pages of our 1,600 pages to review that we were provided. And I read the plan, and I was impressed with the plan, not being an expert in the field, but I think it covered so many things. I thought it was very thoughtful, the approach, and I appreciated the comparison and research into other jurisdictions, what other jurisdictions have done. There's not unanimous throughout the Southwest, that's just obvious. The collaboration with the universities, whichever universities you're collaborating with, I think is important. The experiment or case study at Tom Tenorio Park in the picture you showed, I thought it was just very thoughtful. I have a long history personally of battling with weeds and other noxious plants. I've had some personal experience with that, a lot of experience with that, more than I would want. And I just think that, the approach is measured, is realistic, not perfect, nothing is, but I just really want to applaud the efforts of staff. And I remember when this was before us a year ago, I think, and to have this presentation today, and I thought, well, it's a lot of work that's going to have to be done in that period of time, and a lot of work was obviously done. Again, it's never going to be a unanimous consensus opinion on any aspect of this, but I think that the effort that was put into the consideration that was brought to bear is impressive. And I just want to congratulate the staff and all the contractors and all the volunteers, because I know that we always ask people to volunteer and these different committees, and they show up and they put in tens of hours or 20 scores of hours, and it's uncompensated. And again, the work was in my opinion very impressive. So thank you for all you've done.
Thank you. Yes, Commissioner Benson, the birthday guy.
Thank you. Thank you,
You're not going
Madam
to get
Chair.
over it today.
Thank you very much. And I concur with Commissioner Frank Baca's comments on this impressive policy manual on weed control. I do want to just express my frustrations with the community coalition that was built. My two members have resigned. One of them was Jim Forrester, the former owner of Hilltop Landscaping. Kenny Greeby, he's the owner of Red Shovel Landscaping. He came up and spoke tonight, and they were dismissed. And Miss Peggy Norton, I do appreciate you commenting that there was not consensus among the coalition. I think that's fair, but they've quit, they've resigned, and these are volunteer positions. And I picked two of the best, most well-respected landscapers in our community that everybody knows of that do not love glyphosate, but they're realists, they're practical, and they do this day in and day out. And if they resign, then I don't know who else to appoint. So, and I did want to read just one email that I received from Kenny Greeby, and he did give public comment about it, but his email to me was, in my opinion, this coalition has been a gross mismanagement of taxpayer funding. The entire process was clearly designed to appease no more than two constituents. This is his opinion. And this is not the opinion of the coalition, just to clarify. Two constituents whose expressed goal live in an untenable reality without vastly increasing budgetary constraints to avoid using pesticides. Their presence overran the coalition, preventing any reasonable discourse. Therefore, my only recommendation is to follow the product labels and the guidance of the specialists enlisted to formulate an executable plan for the county. So I hope that that's the problem with building these committees, is that we each appoint individuals, and then they come back with feedback to us as a commission, and then we make decisions based on that feedback. But when there's bullying and overriding, then it's hard to get a true reading from these committees. So that being said, I think you guys are doing a good job with this outline. My issue is more with the overall process and the political problems with it. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Benson. We'll go to Commissioner Olivas and then get Commissioner Barbara Baca.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I want to take a minute and just recognize the Community Coalition. I know that there was some divergence. We heard it here tonight. But it was actually clear to me that probably most of the members, the majority of the members, agreed with the perspective that was presented here tonight by most of those members. We see the same disagreements up here on our commission, right? That's why we vote. That's why we have a representative democracy as we do. We're not always going to agree on everything, and that's okay. So I don't think that means that because we don't get our way, we just trash the whole thing and, call people names. And, I think we have to move on. We have to make policy and make good decisions. So I want to thank all those members, including the members that didn't agree and the members that, have all the different perspectives. So I want to say to this plan, first of all, other than the group of folks in the room back here, I'm one of the only people in the room that has a pesticide applicator's license that is licensed by the New Mexico Department of Agriculture to apply herbicides and pesticides. That's what I do. I run a landscaping business. So I have a very good idea of how this works and how it's supposed to work. And this is a really good plan. This is, I think y'all are selling yourselves short. We are, to my knowledge, the only entity in the state that will now have, if we adopt this, an IVMMP, which is, I want to say the gold standard. It's really not. It's actually the bare minimum of what we should be doing, right? All entities, especially entities that manage large portfolios of landscape, should have one of these plans. You know, that's what we learn when we take our CEUs. Our CEUs are continuing education hours for those applicator licenses, is that you've got to follow this type of practice. And the idea behind this is that it's a graded approach, right? You start with prevention. That's the most important part. Someone mentioned not spraying 3-foot high weeds. We should really never have weeds that are 3 foot high. If that's the case, we've done something wrong. Either as policymakers, we didn't budget appropriately to have enough staff, or we've designed landscapes that are too difficult to maintain with the staff that we have, or maybe both. And I think that's actually the symptom we have mostly, is both of those. So I think this is a very good plan. It sets us apart in the region as a leader. It's not where I want to be. I'll be straight. Like, I wish that we didn't have to use any of these chemicals. And by the way, glyphosate, I think, is just the tip of the iceberg. It's the one we know the most about because it's been around longer. There's a lot of other chemicals, pendimethalin, trichoplor, a lot of other chemicals that are just newer. They're actually more persistent, right? Pendimethalin is designed to live in the soil for 3 to 6 months. That's kind of scary. Where else is it going? Where else can it go? We're not talking about that. We're talking about glyphosate. So I think the idea behind the IVMMP is to reduce all chemical uses. And that includes pesticides too, not just herbicides, but anything that we might spray to control insects, right? If you're properly managing landscapes, you can reduce the use of all of these chemical means, which should be the last resort. So I think that we deserve a lot of credit. Our staff does, particularly in our community coalition, for coming up with something that puts us on the path way ahead of our peers. I got into this work, like literally started my journey in public service, trying to get spraying out of the park in my neighborhood, because they sprayed the perimeter of the park where kids and dogs and animals walk and recreate and hang out. And I went to my city councilor in the parks department at that time and asked them, can you stop spraying? And I got the really long answers that I often get when I talk to the staff, which is, it's really complicated. We don't have the staffing, all these kinds of questions. We took that over as a neighborhood and we said, we'll take care of it. Just don't spray. But to do that on the scale that we're talking about here is way different. So that being said, this is really important to me. It's something I'm passionate about, both on a personal level and a professional level, because it's what I do. So all of you should have before you a pretty extensive amendment that I've crafted after conversations with the staff, briefing, reading the plan multiple times, and drawing on my own, personal experience, professional experience, I should say, as well as what's in the plan. So I'm not going to read it word for word, but you can see it on the screen here. To show what I'm proposing to do. This would add a new section just behind the executive summary that basically would direct these additions and changes to the plan that I think give it just a little bit more guidance and push us just a little bit further towards where we all want to be as a community. So I'll just summarize. First and foremost, this directs that the county manager, but also commits ourselves to prioritizing this budget, because we are doomed to fail if we don't prioritize funding this in the long run. And I think this is a bare minimum ask, and we're going to have to look at that going forward to even do more. Comprehensive landscaping standards are critical. And the next two pieces of that, number 3 and 4, are part of that as an interim measure. Because the bottom line is, when you're in a hole, you have to quit digging. And we are not doing that. In fact, we're doing the opposite. I would point you to the 2nd Street Drain Trail, where the older sections that we did, think Paseo to the south, are actually a very native landscape. Now, I'm not telling you that we maintain them perfectly, but it's dirt. There's not a lot of rock. There's not a lot of gravel. It's pretty easy to go in there and mow, to hit it with line trimmers, to use hula hose, and all the tools that we have can be used in that space. We did a brand new section, millions of dollars, going from Paseo to Alameda, and we dumped thousands of tons of rock in there, which is going to make their job in the back much harder because a lot of those tools are now off the table, which means less tools, more Roundup. That's just the way it's going to go. We have to prioritize landscaping standards that require us, when we're spending public money, to think about maintenance. And it's very clear to me tonight when we heard from the gentleman from Consensus Planning that the design people and the maintenance people are on totally different wavelengths. And I've said that my whole life, working in this industry. I was at a site yesterday where I went to pull a weed. It was in the so-called weed barrier, and I pulled up 3 feet of weed barrier along with all the roots of the weed in the weed barrier. It's not weed barrier, it's weed growth fabric. And it also kills the soil. So we've got to rethink how we do landscaping. The old ways are not working. The old ways require the use of these chemicals. We got to move away from that. So I would argue number 2, 3, and 4, that's what those prioritize. Let's find a path that minimizes maintenance. Number 5 prioritizes a comprehensive list of sites. We need to understand as policymakers, as appropriators, what are the most problematic sites that our staff back there are working on so that we can make sure that we tackle those first. Where we have the gravel, the weed barrier, all the bad things happening at once that's going to require more glyphosate or other bad chemicals. It directs an initial pilot conversion project on the Bridge Boulevard streetscape. That's a project that Commissioner Baca and I have talked about multiple times with just the condition of it. Talking to the staff, that's a very problematic area for them. So this commits us to let's start somewhere, and then we'll develop a longer term plan for all of our sites. And then we go into number 7 and 8, which I think are really important because they're transparency, right? They say to our staff and to the public, we're going to tell you as much as we know about how we're using your money to use dangerous products. They are a tool, but they are dangerous, and we need to be telling people where we're using them, when we're using them, why we're using them. And as pesticide applicators, we already have to do that. So we're not actually asking the folks that do this job to do anything else. We're going to have to connect that to something public, a transparency tool. And again, signage and notification standards. Again, when we're applying this in a public park or a trail, I think that families, recreators should have that choice to decide for themselves. Do I want to enter this area? Do I feel safe here? Do I want to wait? Do I want to go somewhere else for a little while? So let's be fully transparent about that in the upcoming growing season. And then the last 2 points quickly, directs a modified buffer. And again, our team sells themselves short. We had already imposed a 25-foot buffer on agricultural areas in the plan as written. This would extend that buffer to 50 feet, so giving a larger buffer area to protect people, to protect pollinators, and it does significantly expand the number or the type of properties that would be in that buffer. So we would have playgrounds, schools, pollinator gardens, agricultural areas, acequias, ditches, drains, arroyos, and stormwater facilities and other waterways. So protecting our kids and our water is really the way I think about that, and our pollinators. And then lastly, and I think very importantly, this directs our county manager to design and present a reorganization plan that thinks about how do we integrate all of the people that are doing this work in our government on both the public works side, on the park side, into one area. We're talking about hiring somebody just to do this IVMMP. How do we make sure that they have the ability to oversee all of this activity across county government so that we don't have siloing, everybody knows the same thing, and ideally creates more ladders, more opportunity for people in sort of a larger expanded area where people can really specialize and learn and grow. So I don't think that this is in any way dilatory to the plan. I think this just adds to what's already a really good plan and moves us in the direction that we need to go as a county and a community. So I would make I think I got to make a motion for the plan first.
Oh, yes, we have
I
not.
make a motion to approve the IVMMP.
Second.
Thank you. We have a motion, a second, and that was now an amendment, and we will go to Barbara Baca for discussion.
I'd make a motion on the amendment first.
Well, yes, she had her
Or-
hand up before you went, but yes,
Okay.
okay, if that's okay. Yeah. Go ahead, Barbara.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And if that's a motion for the amendment, that's what I was going to speak to. So is that a motion for the amendment, Commissioner Olivas?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Okay, and I'll
And
second.
I second that.
Are you on? Okay, you second that. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Madam Chair. And I really appreciate all of this discussion. I'm sorry I'm not there in person, but I wanted to say a big thank you to the collaborative or the group, what are they called? The coalition? I'm sorry, I don't. The coalition, thank you. Because I really do feel that they put a lot of energy, a lot of thought, and a lot of heart into this whole effort. And I would hate to disparage anyone because, you know, the whole idea of the statement of what is consensus, it's when we don't all agree, you know, nobody's absolutely happy with the result, but there was a lot of hard work with staff, but particularly these volunteers that came forward because they really care about their community. And I know that my volunteers in the valley and on the west side really put a lot of effort into this, so I want to thank them personally. On the amendment, I am particularly glad that Commissioner Olivas has identified all of those detailed items in that amendment because this is an integrated, even in the title, it's an integrated weed management, IVMMP, for a reason, because we want to do this prevention and we want to address the weeds before they grow to where we have failed when we're going in there and they're 3 feet tall, or we develop landscaping that creates more problems for maintenance that only allows us to use herbicides to treat that. So I think that the staff has done an excellent job together by listening to the community, by listening to the technical expertise of the technical team that they put together. And so I appreciate the extra time that has truly gone into this project. But of particular importance to me is that we have got to put our funding arm, you know, what the commission does here besides our policy direction, and fund this new staff, fund the annual training so that we are training the park management staff to know how to address these issues, and this whole idea of consolidated reorganization so that we have we have an understanding, again, integrated staffing that is addressing these issues. And then lastly, I will say the dates certain that we are doing things in 2027 now with the pilot project, with some of these with the transparency portal, those kinds of things prior to getting the results in 2028 from the NMSU, which is very important as well. But doing something now with those dates certain in the amendment, I can't tell you how important that is from what I hear from my constituents. So those are my statements, and I hope you all will support this list of 10 items in the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Barbara Baca. Yes, Commissioner Benson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The my concern with these amendments is the one-size-fit-all kind of solution. Some of them I think are excellent, Commissioner Olivas, but I can see problems with these in different scenarios. You know, my district in Paradise Hills is very different from my neighborhoods up in Sandia Heights or Terramonte, and we manage the land in both places. You've got parks, you've got little leagues, which have artificial turf, which it is a completely unique set of issues where ground covering is essential for keeping weeds out. So, yeah, that's my biggest concern, is that all 10 of these items, I think, are kind of a sledgehammer approach to and maybe different nails that may not be applicable. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Benson. Yes, Commissioner Frank-Baca.
Yes, I mean, we were just handed these before the meeting, but as I was reading through them, to me, they make sense. I have one question about one item, number 10. I'll ask about in a second. But in terms of, for example, number 3 and 4, that would not be something I would have thought of in terms of the moratorium on gravel or cobble landscaping, or the moratorium on the use of so-called weed barrier. But I do note the additional language about until design standards are approved by the county commission. So I think that makes perfect sense to study that and come back with recommendations and suggestions. And of course, Commissioner Olivas is a professional in this area, and everything here I think for the most part makes sense. I do have one question about item number 10, and I have 2 parts to it. Number 1, it does. I would like to ask the county manager her thoughts about that in terms of the consolidation approach that's recommended. And then I do have just one word I have concerned about in number 10, which is this reorganization plan shall be presented for approval by the county commission. I would just suggest we use the word consideration by the county commission, that it's being presented for consideration and be discussion at that time. And without presuming that it's going to be approved, it would be something that was presented like everything else. So if Commissioner Olivas would accept that as a friendly amendment, I would ask that he do so, and if not, it is what it is. But I would like to hear from the county manager just in terms of how her thought process in regards to reorganization. And I understand the need for that. I understand the benefit to that, should I say, rather than the need. I understand the benefit that. I just want to understand from a practical perspective how that affects you.
Vice Chair, thank you through the chair for the question. On the idea around a reorganization, so one thing that I'll share is that, as you all know, we have been working really diligently to try to address silos across departments. One of the places that we've really leaned in heavy to that has been around housing, which is getting people together, getting one team, setting goals, and then creating leaders that own a product for the organization. And of the challenges that I will face in my time here, I will honestly say that addressing silos will probably be the one that is the most challenging, in part because, we get deep into how we do things, what we believe about how we do those things, who we work with, and all of that. I am really interested in the challenge of addressing this, and so I don't have concerns, particularly because we have an opportunity to bring this back. And what I will likely do is consider the options that make most sense in terms of implementing the outcomes of the work that you're asking us to do. And there are a lot of things to consider. And all that is to say that I think this is a very interesting and important challenge. And one of the things I was sharing with Commissioner Olivas about this is that we have a lot of people in our organization that are doing really amazing work, and the opportunity to create career ladders, get additional training, really integrate those services, and creating a one-stop shop is very interesting to me, particularly because if you marry that with the transparency portals, it's also a way for us to track our work plans. How many miles can we get done based on the budget that we have and based on the tools that are available? Because again, I think part of the outcome here is to make sure that we are really being rigorous about spending public dollars in an appropriate way, and that we have a very productive, work environment, and even more importantly, that our employees are safe. Those are all things that I want to be able to measure. So that we get a chance to come back. Often when I bring you things back, I'm going to give you more than one option, and I'll probably do that. I do have a comment on another item through the chair, if I may, given that I have the floor.
Sure.
On item number 6, this is directs the initial landscape conversion pilot project to the Bridge Street streetscape, and I apologize that I didn't have a chance to raise this earlier. That streetscape was actually developed with federal dollars. And when we make significant changes to something that we've invested in without proper amount of time from the initial investment to the, whatever the federal government's rules are, that could be a challenge for us because it could require us to return some money for because they paid for the landscaping as well. And so I would say, through the chair, if the staff could have an opportunity to examine that more closely, and if we aren't able to use that location, choose another pilot location, and again, give the commission options for which pilot location makes the most sense.
And so that'd be a friend. Yes, go ahead, Commissioner Olivas.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I think if we added some language to the end of that, if we just said or an alternative location,
That would be great.
That
Thank
would
you.
provide the flexibility to do that. And then to Commissioner Frank Baca's suggestion, I don't have a problem with that, but I would want to be consistent across the document. So there are 3 other locations where we use the word approved or approval. And so, I would suggest that all of those be struck and altered to consideration or considered. So I'll go ahead. Make a motion on number 2 to strike approval and insert consideration. On number 3 to strike approved and insert considered. On number 4 to strike approved and insert considered. And on number 10 to strike approval and insert consideration. And on number 6 to insert or an alternative location after streetscape. So moved.
Okay. It's your motion that's been seconded, so is that?
It's an amendment to the amendment.
That's what I'm saying. Your amendment that's already been seconded, so can you just alter your amendment, or do we amend it to the amendment?
I'll second the
Madam Chair.
Just a second.
Amendment to the amendments.
Okay, amendment to the amendment. We have a second. Yes, Commissioner Barbara Baca.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess it's a question, but to me, anytime we consider and approve and take a vote on it. So perhaps you say consider and approve. I mean, we aren't abdicating our approval by just considering. So I'm not clear of why we would say just consider. So I guess I would say it should be consider and consider for approval.
Yeah, it's just wordsmithing. It's just a personal preference in terms of, it seems to give us more openness. But yeah, consider for I guess we could say for approval or rejection. But I don't have any problem with that if you want to add those additional words. If so the Commissioner Olivas' work about.
Well, just to save on time, I will, if it's an amendment, and I will second it, because when we consider, we also are going to vote for approval or rejection. So.
Yes, thank you. Okay, so we have a motion and amendment for that's been motion second. Any other further comment? Go ahead, Commissioner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. With that additional language, I'm comfortable with these amendments. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And I just want to, I did want to ask a little bit, I guess just, I feel like we've heard a lot about the long process, and I do want to also thank everybody for your time, all parties, even those who decided that they wanted to leave, that time is so valuable. We have this huge binder, and I guess I just feel like if at the last minute when we've had all this opportunity to add these in, that's my only concern. I think I appreciate that Commissioner Olivas is also a landscaper, has expertise in this field, and but I guess I just wanted to ask staff about do any of the, do we need time to look at these? We're saying they will come back. I think Commissioner Vice Chair already asked this through you, Madam County Manager. I just want to make sure that these feel good to the staff. We're passing these.
I think that, first let me say that I too want to just say the staff did an incredible job. This is a very dicey issue. People have very, very strong opinions about it. And we for our part are trying to do a more robust job of really engaging the public as you have given us direction to do. I think we recognize that often when these proposals come to you and they're super thick, that is when you have the ability to give feedback, because every board that we bring to you, they're advisory, right? So you are getting the advice from the public. I will say that whether it's the economic development plan, this plan, the PROS plan that we're hopefully going to be beginning, all of those plans, I think one of my ahas from this is figuring out a way to have the plan available to you earlier, so there's more opportunity to have robust discussion prior to them coming here, so that you have more opportunity to give feedback. So we'll take that into account. I think the other thing I would just say is when we get something that is this robust, I would just also just say to all of you that when we go back to work on this, we may come back and say to you that we've taken the direction, we found a problem and a challenge. And I think as long as the commission is open to hearing where we have to course correct, like choosing a better or more appropriate location if this one doesn't work, then I think the staff has the ability and the confidence to go back, take the direction, and integrate it back into the work that we're doing. So I appreciate the question, because you've raised this a couple times, and we're going to be looking at our timelines as well, because we want to make sure there's enough time for meaningful dialogue and to be able to give you more robust feedback when we get something like this. I will say on this one, we had a lot of discussion in a really short amount of time, and there may be some timeline adjustments. But what I'm really confident about is, because we're going to get to talk about this prior to the budget, we can bring back other issues relative to the timeline at that time. And if the commission's comfortable with that, I would just say that that's probably what we're going to need to do, based just on the complexity of what's in front of us. If there's concern about that, I'd want to know that now. But if there's not, then we'll do that as part of the budget process.
Thank you for answering that, and I hope the staff feels covered. And I thank our guys back there that the guys and women that do this work. Really appreciate you. Appreciate you being here, spending this time, extra time, and for all the work you do every day. And I hope we hear back from you as this plan goes forward, and as we learn and try new things out. So thank you, and thank you to Director Dixon and all the team, to DCM.
Madam Chair, one more question. Madam County Manager, I was under the impression this was new to us as a commission, these amendments. Did you receive this at the same time that we did?
We did receive these I think on Friday evening. And so we took a look at them over the weekend and over the last couple days. And so, again, from a timeline perspective, I think it's a really fair question. You've raised it a number of times. And when we debrief with the staff tomorrow, we'll talk a little bit about how we can do a better job on those timelines for you also as well.
Okay, thank you. It gives me a little more perspective. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yeah, and I don't think any of at least I was not aware of these before. I think we're talking about staff. I want to be clear on that.
No, yeah.
Yeah.
That's not what I was asking.
And
Madam
I just, yes, I want to finish one comment too, to say that, and I think I just want to be clear on my comment too, is more to say, I really appreciate that we've had such due process in such a long time and have all these community opportunities. And that's why I just want to make sure that this isn't all of a sudden come in and swoop all that work out from under it, because I'm not an expert. So I'm genuinely just asking. But that's that's all I wanted to make sure.
And let me just say just to be additive, is that all of the recommendations that are on this list were connected to actions that the committee took. So these were what I would describe as more refinements of what the base of the report was.
Wonderful. Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Lewis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sorry, I wasn't going to jump in here, but I just want to be very clear. I got a briefing on Thursday, took a night to sleep on it, think on it, run on it, and, turned this around. I think it was Friday around 2:00 that I sent it to the team, and I asked that it be distributed to the working group. I believe Ms. Archie Becke distributed it Friday afternoon to the group, to the community coalition. So, tried to give as much time as possible within, just the timeline that I had when I was briefed. And I just want to defend the role of the commission in any process, right? We are the representatives of the community, of the people. We're taking all this input. This was the first time and really the only time that this was advertised to the wider public. So, I don't think we started getting those public comments on this until Friday, Saturday, really coming in yesterday and today. So, our role as legislators is to respond to those comments, to respond to the needs of the community. And that's not always going to align perfectly with a year-long process where, frankly, I think our role during that year is to kind of be hands-off, right? At that point to say, let's let the staff and the community groups do their job, put their stamp on this. And then at the end, as was said by the manager, those advisory roles, both the staff advisory and the community advisory, comes to us. The buck stops here. And so, I think we've got to get comfortable with the fact that amendments get made on the floor of the legislature, they get made on the floor of the city council, they get made here, and you can't just always, I'm not saying anyone's saying this, but we can't be afraid of that. Like, that's the way this business works. We have to be willing to do these things and make those calculations on the fly. It is our job. And last thing I will just say, and county manager, reiterated this, not a single one of these, I never used the word strike in here. I never used the word, insert or remove. These are completely additive. And they reference the sections. I mean, go through each one of these, almost every one of them references, we talk about the budget. We're just adding to our emphasis on that. We're emphasizing the design standards that are referenced in here that we, so there's nothing in here that frankly changes the plan in a way of striking something or anything like that. This is inserting things that either the group said we need to do this, but we didn't have time. That was what a number of these were. Design standards were one that they said we just didn't have time. The prioritization of facilities, the group said we just didn't have the time and resources to do that yet. So most of this is already in the plan. And so I don't think that this is surprising by any means, most of it, and is very consistent and holistic to the plan.
Thank you very much. And I agree. And I think that this is our process, right? To have amendments. It's also my job to ask questions because I'm not an expert. And I have witnessed many times where decision makers, such as all of us on this, can make, recommendations or even pass things that aren't in line with needs. So I'm asking the questions, but also really respect you as an expert in this field and our team. So I thank you everyone for the process and wanted to make sure I'm asking the questions and doing my due diligence as a non-expert. So we have an amendment and a second. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Olivas?
Yes.
Commissioner Benson?
No.
Commissioner Barbara Baca?
Yes.
Vice Chair Frank Baca?
Yes.
Madam Chair Barboa?
Yes.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, point of order. That was the amendment to the amendment?
To the amendment.
I think
sure. That's what we had on.
The amendment to the amendment, Madam Chair.
So now the amendment is amended and we will vote on the amendment. We have a vote in a second. Madam Clerk, please call the roll. Oh, Barbara Baca has her hand. We have discussion. Yes, Commissioner.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'll just be very brief. I just wanted to say about that last discussion. I got my briefing a few weeks ago, and I don't think any of these are surprises with staff. We've talked these through, and then also, as Commissioner Oliva said, our constituents then send us emails when they see the publicly published, final staff report, et cetera. So I feel that we did very good, communication and due diligence with staff. And I think that these amendments just make it better and more clear. So thank you. Appreciate that.
Thank you. Now we have Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Yes, Madam Chair, this is on the amendment itself. Commissioner Olivas?
Yes.
Commissioner Benson?
No.
Commissioner Barbara Baca?
Yes.
Vice Chair Frank Baca?
Yes.
Madam Chair Barboa.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, we have a motion and a second on the original motion. Madam, any further discussion? Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Olivas.
Yes.
Commissioner Benson.
No.
Commissioner Barbara Baca.
Yes.
Vice Chair Frank Baca.
Yes.
Madam Chair Barboa.
Yes. Okay, we have a due pass. Thank you. Thank you for all the information and very robust conversation. I'm learning a lot. On to item 6, consent approval of the consent agenda. Madam Clerk, please provide a resolution number for item 6E.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Commissioner Barbara Baca.
I thought we had item 5B was the Prost plan when we changed the agenda, following up with IVMP. Did I get that wrong?
Madam Chair, for clarification, the item was moved from introduction to adoption, and that was as far as it was moved up. So it
No,
will,
ma'am. No, that's
that was what was proposed at the start of the meeting.
County Manager, is that correct? I thought I had written my notes based on your statements. Is that not right?
The we included it to be included for adoption, suspension of the rules. Yes, that was the action taken.
So
Sorry.
what item
We
is
did
it
do
then?
suspension of the rules. We have not, we did not approve moving it up on the agenda. That was why I informed you that that piece had not been moved up. I didn't see that until.
Okay, just tell me where it is on the agenda. I apologize because I'm not there, and so I'm writing it. It's 9D. Is that right?
That's correct.
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, approval of consent agenda. Madam Clerk, please provide a resolution number for item 6E.
Yes, Madam Chair. Item 6E is AR 2026-69.
Okay, thank you. The consent agenda has been published and made available to the public. Therefore, I move to approve the consent agenda.
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner Olivas. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Yes. Commissioner Olivas.
Yes.
Commissioner Benson.
Yes.
Commissioner Barbara Baca.
Yes.
Vice Chair Frank Baca.
Yes.
Madam Chair Barboa.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We move on to item 8. Madam Clerk, please issue ordinance numbers for 8A1, 8B, 8C, and please issue resolution numbers for 8A2 and 8A3.
Yes. So, Madam Chair, according to the changes that we made at the beginning,
8.3. Okay.
I believe item 8A3 is now 8A1. And that item is now AR 2026-70. Item 8, am I doing numbers for all of 8? Okay. 8B is ordinance 2026-10. 8C is ordinance 2026-11.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We will move on to item 8A1. Commissioner Olivas to introduce.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this is very similar to the resolution that we saw last time in June. There were a couple of minor changes made that sort of decouple this from the charter amendment and ballot language that were proposed, but withdrawn earlier by this commission. So, as I said last time, I think this is a really important part of this, setting us up, studying all of the available options, and asking our Code of Conduct Board to do that, a board of residents of this county, appointed, equally represented across the commission districts. They've proven themselves to be just extremely valuable to this county in litigating really complicated ethical matters and working on our code of conduct amendments that we just did. So I think that they are absolutely the right place to ask them to look at an open and ethical elections ordinance to get money of all sources and kinds, big money, whether that be from individual donors, companies, unions, you name it. How do we reduce the influence of that money in our local elections here in the county and offer a voluntary public financing system instead? So this just sets forth the process for them to study this, making their recommendations to this board no later than August 31 of next year. So around this time next year, we'd be looking at what their recommendations are. Their process will include the ability to retain subject matter experts. You know, maybe that's folks from Common Cause or some other good elections group that knows about these best practices. Also the county attorney, the county manager involved in this to offer legal guidance, to offer, you know, financial analysis of any plan. You know, that's one of the big questions that's been asked frequently on this is how much is it going to cost? How much does each candidate get? This vets all of that, gives us all of that information and makes some recommendations to us. And all of that is done in public, right? Those are all public meetings. Our meetings are public. So there's ample opportunity for folks to weigh in with their thoughts on the city system, on other systems, on what they like, what they don't like. So looking forward to this with the ultimate goal, you know, the sort of North Star of how do we reduce that influence in local elections so that our elected officials are most and more accountable to the people that live in their districts, the people that they represent, if they're countywide or district-based. So I hope that everyone will support this and help get this underway so that we can help get money out of politics locally. I would move approval.
I second that.
Second.
Yes, okay, you have a motion, a second. Conversation, discussion. Yes, Commissioner Benson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioner Olivas, I want to applaud you for pulling the first two items out, primarily just because of the time frame for the November ballot. The third item, yeah, I do support, and I actually partly support public financing. Just to clarify, though, the removing money out of politics, this, if we did move to public financing, it doesn't remove money out of politics. That will never happen in the United States, and that's the problem. Money is a problem in politics, whether you're doing public financing or private financing. Both have a lot of issues, and so just the idea that we could possibly remove money out of politics, we could potentially be injecting a lot more money into politics. And why is that? Because all of us determine how money is spent in the county, and taxes are raised, and who gets the money and who doesn't get the money. And because of that, and then who's printed on the dollar bills? Politicians, dead politicians. Who issues the money? Politicians in Washington, D.C. Who sets the budget limits? The Congress. Who established the interest rates? The Fed chair, who's appointed by the top politician. So you can't get money out of politics. It's impossible in the United States, as long as we have our current form of government. But I absolutely think this study is warranted, and I look forward to hearing the results. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Benson. Any other comments?
Just quickly, I think Commissioner Benson sounds like he's going to support a constitutional amendment to get money out of politics. So that'd be great. Let's team up.
I want to also thank you for pulling the first two. I think I'm very excited about this opportunity of a task force. In my experience, we can pass legislation, but it actually hitting the ground and being something that community understands and buys into and actually the beneficiaries of, I think really takes a robust education for our communities. We all know that only half our people vote, of that half only, who's informed and how much they get informed because our families are working and taking care of families and hiking hopefully and doing good stuff and not always paying all the attention to this. So I think this gives an opportunity both to improve upon current systems that aren't perfect, but also really get everybody's buy-in and participation. We know that that's the way things really grow, is by word of mouth. And so once you have even a small group of people really understanding it, then it only grows exponentially from there. And I think people can be more informed and actually be the beneficiaries of this. I've helped a lot of, I've never, my campaign was not public finance, so obviously that wasn't part of the county, but I've worked on a lot of public financing campaigns or supported public financing candidates. And I think it's getting ever increasingly hard to ask for money at the door, even though I think that's such an important piece, right? So yeah, let's just work to figure it out. What's the best way so people also trust us at those doors and don't think somebody's trying to scam them or whatever. So I'm really excited about this. I think any conversation about it is going to make it better. So I have full support. Commissioner Barbara Baca.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also will support this. I think that it's really important for our objective and professional code of conduct board to take a look at this and study this for us. I really appreciate that Commissioner Olivas, listened to Common Cause and the League of Women Voters when they talked about, we support public financing. It's a good thing. Let's just do it right. So I think we're doing it right. So thank you, Commissioner Olivas.
Thank you. Any further comment? Okay, we have a motion. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Olivas.
Yes.
Commissioner Benson.
Aye.
Commissioner Barbara Baca.
Yes.
Vice Chair Frank Baca.
Yes.
Madam Chair Barboa.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you. That's due pass. Congratulations. Thank you very much. Moving on to item 8B, adoption amendment of neighborhood organization ordinance. We have Planning and Development Services, Edwida and Megan Holcomb. I forgot your last name right now, Edwida. Thank you. Sorry.
Yes.
The slides are already up. Sorry, we had some.
They're already up.
Can I good evening, Commissioners, Madam Chair Barboa. This evening, we are coming back to you after having introduced the Neighborhood Organization Ordinance amendments at the June 9th Board of County Commissioners hearing, as is required by amendments to ordinances. We're happy to be reporting our revised recommendations based on upon your direction, going back to the community and listening to folks, particularly from the Wisconsin community, as well as additional conversations, including with yourselves, leading up to this public hearing. And so we're very excited to report those last, we hope, amendments. And I just wanted to recognize the work of Megan Holcomb, our neighborhood coordinator, who from the very beginning has been meeting with neighborhoods with the support, of course, of the entire department. And we've been working on this for a year. And so without much further ado, I will defer to Megan to report on the update since the last public hearing.
Thank you.
Thank you, Elvira. Good evening, Madam Chair, Barboa, and Commissioners. My name is Megan Holcomb, and I am the Neighborhood Coordinator for the county. The item before you is Special Project Review 2026-0001, again introduced to you at the June 9th hearing. This is a request for approval of an amendment to what is currently referred to as the Neighborhood Association Ordinance. And this is Chapter 62, Article 3 of the Bernalillo County Code. Listed here is the purpose of the ordinance, which has been maintained since its adoption in 1993. This ordinance continues to serve as the county's blueprint for providing a program for neighborhoods to be recognized as official organizations by the county.
With the establishment of that more formalized relationship between the county and our residents, we are creating an opportunity for them to closely engage in our processes and help form the decisions that shape their communities. Even after 30 plus years of this ordinance, this concept remains relevant to the neighborhood organizations that we work with on a daily basis. So this amendment is simply an update to modernize the program and ensure that it will continue to serve organizations and Bernalillo County for the next 30 years. I want to highlight a couple of the major amendments that we have proposed. One is the establishment of neighborhood coalitions. We did provide them with their own section in this ordinance. They were not previously recognized within the ordinance. However, they have been working with us and registered since the adoption of this ordinance. With the addition of that, we also introduced the concept of neighborhood organization to refer to either or both neighborhood associations and coalitions. We are also proposing that this ordinance be renamed to the Neighborhood Organization Ordinance. Here is an updated map of all of the organizations that are currently registered with the county. As you can see, there are several in the unincorporated areas, but I also want to highlight those that are within the city of Albuquerque limits. We work very closely with them. You did hear from several of them earlier this evening, and we want to continue to foster those relationships. Here is an updated timeline of the outreach and approval process that we have accomplished this far. As you can see, we have gone through a pretty robust outreach process. We did provide community meetings, a series of 3 of those back in February, in addition to 2 Planning Commission hearings where we did receive a positive recommendation for approval. So those final amendments were recommended by the CPC and presented to you at the June 9th hearing. Since then, we have engaged in one final community meeting with the members of WISCONA, the West Side Coalition of Neighborhoods. So the changes that were discussed at those meetings and with you all are found in attachment 10 of your packets. We also included some additional staff recommended red lines, and so I will go through all of those here. The first 2 are fairly minor. The first is a simple clarification of neighborhood leadership to refer to either officers or board members. The second is to ensure that the month of their annual meeting is included in their bylaws. We previously had the date and time, so we wanted to kind of broaden that a little bit. Finally, we do have a recommendation for an amendment to the boundaries clause under section 62.114, which outlines the requirements for neighborhood association recognition. So rather than kind of heavily regulating the neighborhood association boundaries through an approval process, we are deferring to the associations to determine their own boundaries with respect to the natural environment and any cultural or social elements that may be present within their communities and others nearby. So blue text here is also, excuse me.
Megan, can you go back to the last slide?
Yes.
The language in that strike through, how is that supposed to read? Can you read it?
In the strike through? Excuse me.
That last quote under section 62-114,
yes.
2B. Can you read the quote as it's supposed to be read? Because it.
Yes. So it states, neighborhood associations' boundaries shall, to the furthest extent possible, respect the natural environmental features, historical and cultural markers, and boundaries of other communities.
Okay, thank you. I was misreading it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, so blue text is also staff recommended changes. However, these were made a little bit later in the process, so they are not found in your packets, but we did provide them in this presentation, so the public did have an opportunity to review those at their discretion. The first one here is an amendment, again, to the boundaries clause in 62-114. We wanted to kind of further that cultural boundaries concept that we just discussed in the last slide. We kind of saw an opportunity for that. So through review by the General Planning and Development Services Department, this clause kind of places the county in more of a supportive role when it comes to neighborhood organizations determining their own boundaries, which was always our intention. This next one here is again to section 62-115, which is the recognition criteria for neighborhood coalitions. We have proposed a minimum number of 4 recognized neighborhood associations to comprise a single neighborhood coalition. This was analyzed by staff considering current conditions of registered coalitions and also historical conditions. And we found that the smallest coalition that is registered with the county has 8 member associations. So we figured that 4 was a reasonable number. We did receive some feedback that 4 may be a little bit high, but we did not receive any suggestions otherwise. So we are recommending moving forward with the 4. Finally, this text here was found in the version of the ordinance that was recommended by the CPC, which requires that neighborhood coalitions contain at least 1 neighborhood association within the unincorporated area of the county. After hearing some feedback from our Wascona members and discussion with commissioners, staff is proposing that those amendments be removed. So we are proposing language that closely mirrors that of the neighborhood associations, which is what we just went over in previous slides. So we are in agreement that this language furthers the goal of creating an accessible program for all organizations, whether they are within the city of Albuquerque or within the unincorporated area of the county. There's a lot of words here, but this kind of summarizes the red line version of your amendments. So I will quickly go through these. Again, it formally introduces neighborhood coalitions and the concept of neighborhood organizations. It also strengthens the requirements for notification of developers to organizations regarding any private or public developments, and modernizes the roles and responsibilities of the county. So the current language actually is silent to the concept of overlapping boundaries and therefore would allow them to occur, and they do occur in a couple of different areas in the county. It also acknowledges the existing environmental, cultural, and social elements, and those are deferred to in establishing the organization boundaries. It also requires that a coalition have at least 1 neighborhood association within the unincorporated county jurisdiction, and that a coalition consist of at least 4 neighborhood associations. However, with the combination of the blue text and the red text, we believe that this ordinance is benefiting all parties, and I can go ahead and kind of walk you through what the ordinance would look like if we do include both the red and the blue lines. So here you'll see the term officer and board member to refer to the leadership roles for neighborhood associations. here is the sentence that states that the month of the annual meeting shall be identified in the bylaws. We also include the boundaries language that was proposed in the red and blue lines that defers the natural, cultural, social markers to the neighborhood associations when determining their boundaries. Again, for neighborhood coalitions, very similar language for officers and the month of their annual meeting. Again, similar language referring to their boundaries. And one final, excuse me, let me get back down here. One final amendment, which was introduced to you all at the June 9th hearing. This is adding the sentence to state that any neighborhood organization that exists within an approximate half-mile radius of a project site be notified. If there are none, then notification will be sent to the nearest adjacent neighborhood organization. So that requires notification of any land use project to at least one organization. That concludes my presentation.
Thank you,
Yes,
Megan.
Anita.
Madam Chair, Barboa, Commissioners, I noted one error in the presentation that might have been confusing. If we could look at that presentation again. It was on the last slide where we were summarizing everything that the comprehensive amendments is trying to achieve. And I noticed letter C still says it requires a coalition to have at least one neighborhood association to be within the unincorporated county jurisdiction. And you can see, part of our task is kind of accounting for all the changes through the process, and we really tried to listen, to the, as long as, through the process, really up until the time of reporting. And so really the recommendations that we are putting forth today, this is no longer part of that recommendation. As Megan reported in the blue version, we've deleted that. So what she presented, in terms of showing you what the ordinance looks like is accurate with the blue and the red. And just keeping in mind that the changes we would make generally for the neighborhood associations was made for the coalitions. The other thing I'll say is that the red and blue doesn't represent all of the changes when you think about the original ordinance. What we have been reporting here are all the changes since the CPC recommended. It would just become very overwhelming to report on and keep track on all of the input that is coming in at this stage. So I just wanted to say that. However, in our agenda item attachments, we do have the comprehensive changes that have been reported. So if somebody wanted to see all of the changes relative to the existing ordinance, that has been in the reporting.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Yes.
Madam Chair, I do have one final request. We did receive a final written comment that was submitted after the deadline, so we do request that that be entered into the record.
Yes, you received it. We received it. Go ahead. Did you want to read it?
Yes.
Yes.
I do have. Sure.
Push the button.
No, Rob, can you lift it all the way up? Because it's not on, I don't think.
Perfect.
Yeah.
I'll pass these out.
Okay. All right. So number one here states that and this is from Mr. Schaefer, states that the boundaries shall be reasonable and in the unincorporated area of the county. We did address this in our blue and red line amendments. Second is that the month of the annual meeting be identified in the bylaws, which we did address again in our red line amendments. This final one requests that developers provide notice of their projects via certified mail and also through email. And did you want to speak a little bit more to that?
Yes, Madam Chair, Barboa, Commissioners, the neighborhood ordinance has from the very beginning had requirements for notification to registered neighborhood associations, and this is a very important aspect of this ordinance from the very beginning, how neighborhoods can be informed with regards to private or public development projects. As it currently stands, projects that will have a zone change or a land development project, say from the county, a public project, they're required, particularly private development projects are required to notify neighborhood associations through certified mail. And so that's the current version. This also works in tandem with the zoning code. So we have a separate ordinance in the Bernalillo County zoning code that is related to development. So we've got two different ordinances. So we want to be sensitive that what we're doing in this ordinance is consistent with the county zoning code that deals with planning and development. And so we believe that the current proposal before you accomplishes the goal of notifying neighborhood associations. And in addition to that, I will say that our department provides all the agendas for development projects via email when those agendas are available. So we really already are accomplishing these objectives of the notification.
Thank you. Any questions? Yes. Commissioner
Madam
Olivas.
Chair.
Yes.
Commissioner Olivas, followed by Commissioner Barbara Baca.
So it's kind of a follow-up on that last one. So I didn't get a clear answer about how are they notified by email as well, or only by certified mail?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Olivas, the current neighborhood ordinance and what we are proposing to maintain is to continue to require applicants of land use requests for zone changes or special projects to continue notifying through the certified mail. And so this constituent, this public comment is with regards to wanting to expand that to also require emails. We have discussed this amongst ourselves, and we believe that asking the applicants to also provide email would add an additional step to the process that could create some additional hardships or burdens to administrate. We do believe that our current process does work. And as I also mentioned, the department provides emails when those agendas are available. And so this particular request is to ask that the applicants of development projects provide both certified mail and email. Our position is to recommend that we keep the ordinance as it is, which is to require the certified mail only.
Understood. Okay, so you're saying we email the neighborhoods when it comes onto a planning commission agenda or it's agendized in another way. Okay. I don't know. I mean, I'm not going to make a big deal out of it, but I do think that, the direction that the world is heading, that's certified mail is kind of an old school way to do that. And I've been that person on my neighborhood association, and almost every time you miss the mail carrier when they're, at your house trying to get you to sign all that. So then, you've got to go to the post office. I mean, that's part of being involved in your neighborhood. I did that many times. But I think that, we ought to think about that going forward. And then because it's kind of on the same line, so somebody else brought up Facebook notifications, like being able to put an announcement for your neighborhood meeting on Facebook. Is that something that would be allowed in these new rules, or would you have to do it through a paper form or an email or something like that? Can you speak to that?
I'm going to defer to Megan to respond to that.
Sure. Madam Chair, Commissioner Olivas, we did not include social media platforms as an official form of notification. We understand that not everyone uses social media, and so it may be used as a form, but not the official form of notification. So we do ask that that neighborhood associations and coalitions inform their members of meetings and various ideas or concepts via email or other paper trail.
So, I mean, again, I'm probably not going to make a huge deal, but that doesn't make a lot of sense because emails, the only way you get someone's email that lives in your neighborhood is if they're already actively involved in the neighborhood association, right? They have to give you their email. If I'm new or I just don't want to talk to anybody in the neighborhood, you're not going to have my email. I'm never going to hear about what's going on in the neighborhood. But maybe because of the way the algorithm on Facebook works, if it says, you know, Mossman neighborhood, and I live in the Mossman neighborhood, there's actually, like, just because of the way that algorithm works, there's a somewhat of a chance that that might come across your feed and you might get some information that you otherwise wouldn't have gotten, because saying you have to do the notice by email, you're only talking to people that get emails. That's my problem with that approach. And you don't have to respond to that, but I just think it's something we ought to think about. And then the last thing I'll ask about is there was another individual that talked about site plans and elevations, like what is required to be given to neighborhoods. Can you speak to that?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Olivas, thank you for that question. Similar to the request to send emails for development projects, again, this neighborhood ordinance works in tandem with the Bernalillo County zoning code, which focuses on planning and development. And so these two ordinances work together to establish requirements of private property owners who are interested in requesting a special zoning, a zone change, or a special development project. And so the question is how do we require either site plans or elevations? At the moment, the Bernalillo County Zoning Code, when it comes to special use permits, for example, we do require site plans. We do not require explicitly elevations, which for the benefit of the public, when we're talking about elevations, those are drawings that show kind of the facade of a building that is being proposed to be developed. So our zoning code does not explicitly require that, but it does provide latitude for a county planning commission or the Board of County Commissioners to request that depending on the type of project. And one of the reasons and we have thought about this concept, and one of the reasons we did not propose it in our amendments is because we do get a variety of land applications for land use requests from very small projects from, an individual property owner trying to do something on their residence, all the way up to very sophisticated, well-funded projects. And so having one standard requirement, asking all applicants to provide these building elevations can be costly. And so right now, our zoning code ordinance, and including our related to our neighborhood ordinance, wouldn't prohibit a commission to request that. And applicants can certainly do that voluntarily. And of course, we work with them very closely to, when we're learning about a project and the different scopes and the dynamics. But that was mainly our reason for not proposing that as a requirement, is to not provide undue burden on a project because they are expensive. Or they can be expensive.
Okay, understood. So yeah, I mean, I've had the floor long enough, but I would still say I think I have a little bit of an asterisk on the whole social media notifications thing, just because I don't know how broadly we're disseminating that. And then I think at another point I'll ask the chair to come back to me, because I would like to talk a little bit about overlap with neighborhood associations. I have a concern about that, and an amendment that's passed out before us. But I think I'll come back to that at a later time if others have anything they want to say. Thank you.
Thank you. I want to thank Barbara Baca. Thank you, Commissioner Barbara Baca, please.
Thank you. So two questions for Elvira, and I suppose I'm not exactly clear. I thought I was on the amendments, but to be clear, I really want to thank the staff for reaching out to Wisconsin. As you know, it's a very large coalition of neighborhoods. on the west side where a lot of this development is going. And so it's very important to me and to them to be heard. And so two of the key things that I want to make sure I'm understanding are included in the amendments. One is that, am I accurate to say that you took out the language that requires that a coalition have a neighborhood association located in the unincorporated part of the county? There's no longer that requirement, is that right?
Madam Chair, Commissioners, and Commissioner Baca, that is correct. Our recommendation for this commission today is to remove the requirement that there be at least one neighborhood within the unincorporated boundaries when looking to establish a coalition. So at this point, you can have a coalition with all the neighborhoods existing within the city of Albuquerque jurisdiction. That would be the recommendation that we're putting forward in the blue and red text that Megan presented on.
Yeah, so that was an error in the summary. You have now.
Madam Chair, that is correct. And if you looked at that, and I did want to correct that for the record.
Gotcha. Thank you. I really appreciate that. And then the second, Madam Chair, if I may, the second question was this idea of overlapping neighborhoods, because initially I thought it made sense that neighborhood associations should not have overlapping boundaries, but it's been brought to my attention, and a speaker tonight from the West Side Coalition of Neighbors talked about Taylor Ranch. Taylor Ranch is the old, very large neighborhood association on the west side. And since that was established, smaller neighborhood associations popped up, bloomed, whatever, created themselves within, and they feel very strongly that they want there to be the ability for that to occur. So I do want to give, thank you for, I think the amendment allows for that now. And I think that it really matters for those circumstances like that one in Taylor Ranch on the west side. So
yes,
is that right?
Thank you. Commissioner Barbara Baca, Commissioner Frank Baca.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, thank you for the work on this. I did have quite a few concerns and objections last time, quite frankly, and I think most, not all, have been addressed, and I get it. That's the way things go. I actually share Commissioner Olivas' concerned about certified mail. You know, it is more expensive and less likely to make a timely receipt, because not everybody has that opportunity to run to the post office, and sometimes it just happens that you don't get there, and if you don't get there within certain days, it goes back or something. I used to send a lot of certified letters. It's expensive, and it's a pain to actually put those little certification receipts together. And I'm always in favor of more rather than less notification. I'm happy here that we're sending emails out. But, you know, again, when I was back many years ago, I was in private practice, as I said last time, when I wanted somebody to get something, I would send them by certified mail and regular mail. I didn't have email back in that day, okay, believe it or not. But I would send it by all three if I had that option now, because the point is to give people notice. And email does, in fact, give you some acknowledgement that you sent it as opposed to regular mail. But in my own personal life, when I'm dealing with other business matters, if I want to make sure something gets there, I'll do both, or I prefer to email and regular mail, and I will not use certified mail. That's just me. So I kind of agree with Commissioner Olivas on that, and hope that we kind of start going toward that and down the line. But I do have a couple of questions. One question is that in terms of the coalition organization, that's fine. You know, what the current status is, sounds like what the organizations wanted. This does not have to. I'm fine with that. Doesn't make it, you know, but they all get the same notice, right? I mean, it's just another opportunity for them to get those individual organizations get the notice, and the coalition gets their notice, right? So that kind of makes my points of the more opportunities, the better, to just let people be involved in the process, to be informed. I do have a question about organizations or neighborhood associations or organizations, I think we call them. Have there been any new organizations in the last, say, 2 years? I know, Megan, you've been with us a little bit less than 2 years. Have there been some new organization that popped up?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Frank Baca, yes, there have been a handful of them that have popped up within the year and a half that I've been here. Couple in the North Valley, one Armijo in the South Valley. But yes, there have been a number of new organizations.
Yeah, and I'm glad to see that. I'm a strong proponent of neighborhood associations. I like to say that, you know, I feel that our association in District 2 are thriving. They get a lot of attention from yourself, from Micah, my assistant, and myself. We all attend meetings on a regular basis. I don't know that we ever miss a neighborhood association between the three of us. And it's not unusual for all three of us to be at one meeting or two of us. And I just think it is so important. It is the essence, in my view, it is the essence of why I'm here, which is that public involvement. And anything we can do to encourage public involvement is better. That doesn't mean the neighborhood association gets to make the decision or dictate the result. We all know that's not the case. But if people are not aware, they have no opportunity to dialogue and give input. And, you know, we've heard many times where somebody comes in, you know, with a public comment or an email that we receive, and we think, oh, wow, that's a great idea. That's something why I think about that. So I just think that that is important to continue to support the neighborhood associations, and I'm just so glad that those in District 2 that I can speak to feel that they are listened to. They feel that they're listened to, and they understand as adults. They don't always get their way, but they do feel like they're listened to. So I'd like to just acknowledge that work. I will have some concern about Commissioner Olivas' amendment. I will oppose it, and I'll give my reasons once he suggests that. But I do think that this is just such an important process for especially a district like mine, which that map was full of neighborhood associations that you showed us. It is so important. I can't even begin to explain. As a person who's been involved in community activities my entire adult life, I can't even begin to explain how important it is for us to have the opportunity to have input, involvement, and to be heard. So anyway, thank you for your work.
Thank you, Commissioner Frank, Vice Chair Baca. Any other comment? Okay, I believe we have a motion and or I move approval. Can I have a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? Yes, Commissioner Olivas.
I would make a motion to add to section 62-114, section B under number 2, that would add a neighborhood association shall not overlap with another existing neighborhood association. This provision shall be applied to all newly recognized neighborhood associations. So moved.
Okay, do you care to, do you have a second? Do we have a second?
Fair enough.
Okay,
I'll withdraw.
Okay, I just a quick comment. I had similar. I'd love to have the conversation but I had similar issues last time. But I hear Commissioner Barbara Baca and Commissioner Vice Chair Baca, and the community really wanting those overlaps to happen. I had extensive conversations with Elvira and the planning and zoning team because I think there might be consequences. So maybe that's where you were going with it. But okay.
Madam Chair, if I may, I'm not going to relitigate
please.
it, but just to explain, you know, and this is problems mostly that I've seen in the city. I don't know if we've had them here in the county, but Singing Arrow Community Center, when that was built up in the far Northeast Heights, Fort Hills area, one community group supported the effort. I don't know whether it was supported or opposed, and then the community splintered. And they formed another neighborhood association that was like called the Singing Arrow Community Association. So almost the same thing, made it very difficult for policymakers, people in our seats, people in the planning commission seats, to decide, okay, wait, who is the community? Like, what Singing Arrow says yes, but then they say no, but they're two different things representing the same thing. I hope we never have that problem. If that never happens, then great. I guess this will be a non-issue. But the city explicitly changed their ordinance after that, and I believe there was other similar areas and issues to have this kind of requirement, which I just think makes sense. And it goes back to kind of democracy, right? And representative democracy. If you don't agree with the way your neighborhood's going, go and organize, right? Get neighbors to show up at that meeting and elect a new board, right? It's the same message I would send to people that didn't like the direction of our county commission. We would never say, go make another county commission. And now we're going to have 2 Bernalillo County commissions. And like, wait, what? Like, okay, and who's the county manager supposed to listen to, right? We would say, go and challenge the incumbents, challenge people that you don't think are representing your values well, win elections, and change the direction of policy. That's the way you do it. Not go and make more organizations that reflect your worldview and then just confuse everybody. But apparently that's not a winning argument up here today. So that's all.
Okay, thank you. We don't have a second. My last comment on it will just be that I have agreement. I worry a little bit because there are incentives we add or those disagreements, or if we're going to we do give small grants to neighbor associations. And so how do they make decisions about what they're going to prioritize if they're overlapping and 2 people in that overlap don't like it, or just any of those things. But I think it's been working so far and the community really wants that opportunity. So I think we're go with it. Okay, we're not moving forward anymore. Sorry, as chair, I should keep moving us on. Thank you. We have a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, please. Oh, yay. Please call the roll. Thank you, Clerk Kavanaugh.
And Madam Chair, just for the record, this is a public hearing item and we have no sign-ups.
Thank you for putting that on record. Sorry, I did not say that out loud. Thank you. Yes, please call the roll.
Okay. Commissioner Olivas?
Yes.
Commissioner Benson?
Yes.
Commissioner Barbara Baca?
Yes.
Vice Chair Baca?
Yes.
Chair Barboa?
Yes. Okay, on to the next item C, planning and development. Again, Avita, or someone from the planning and zoning care to present.
Sorry.
Madam Chairs, Commissioners, I'm Maggie Gould. I am our zoning administrator, and this is ZTC 2026-0001, proposed amendments to the comprehensive zoning code to bring our code into compliance with legislative matters that were passed this year. So basically, this is, the act was called the Regulated Child Care Zoning Requirements Act. It was introduced as SB 96 during our most recent legislative session, passed during this 2026 session, signed into law in March, and went into effect on July 1st. And so again, this was introduced in June. We have not had public comment. We have not had staff comment. Basically, nothing has changed since the presentation in June. The ordinance itself was reorganized slightly based on, well, I guess that is a staff comment, based on input from our code enforcement staff in terms of actual implementation. So we did have, this was heard also by the CPC, we did do neighborhood outreach. And again, what this ordinance does is makes home childcare a permissive residential use. That's sort of the overarching most important thing. 3 groups of allowance depending on the number of kids, and that's also through the state. This applies to all residential zones and zones where residential uses are allowed. So again, for us, our A1, A2, R1, MH requires, gives a lot of flexibility on parking. So parking cannot exceed what you would have for your home. Previously, the county did this through a conditional use process, and we would look at parking and things like that. This supersedes our previous ordinance, and so we have this this kind of parking relief. And then it also removes the fees that we would have charged for business registration or a business license. So that's waived, again, I guess with the idea that we are encouraging more home childcare. This also allows childcare centers in all of our commercial, mixed use, and multifamily zones. So again, it becomes permissive in these zones. The fees for business license and registration are also waived. And it, again, changes parking requirements. So no requirement for off-street spaces. So the calculation that we would have done with, like, 1 per 200 square feet or for seats in the classroom, that is again replaced by this requirement that there are no required off-street spaces, but we can have these stacking spaces to get kids safely in and out of these sites. And then they can also meet their staff parking needs with on-site or off-site spaces and shared parking agreements. So again, building in a lot more flexibility. Community residential uses are also in our amendment. And again, these are for this specific purpose of state licensed, state operated community residences for persons with mental or developmental disabilities. Again, it makes them a permissive residential use. There were a few other things in this legislation that are not part of our code amendments because they are out of our purview, and those are changes to homeowners associations that basically say, as a homeowners association, these are the rules. You cannot have rules that require anything different for the home daycare. And so with that, I will stand for any questions.
Thank you so much. And this is also a public hearing item. Do we have anyone signed to speak up?
Thank you, Madam Chair. We do not.
Okay. Thank you very much. I'll make a motion to approve adoption zoning code.
Second?
Thank you. We have a motion second. Further discussion? Yes, Commissioner Olivas, then Commissioner Vice Chair Baca.
Just briefly, I want to just commend Senator Heather Bergmans, who was the champion of this in the state Senate, my state senator actually in my neighborhood. Just really proud that she led the way on this, getting this through the state Senate. And a big shout out to our planning and zoning, planning department staff. I think we're one of the first entities in the state. I don't know that we've tracked that, but we've moved very quickly to get this implemented. And I think the effect, as you alluded to, the idea here is to make childcare less expensive, or at least slow the growth in cost, and make it easier to get childcare wherever you live in this community, in your neighborhood, on your street, that kind of thing. So I think it really shows some forward vision on the part of the state and the county to sort of live up to that that value that we've set as a state, that we want, free early childcare, but you have to do things to make that happen. And this is an example of kind of all levels of government coming together to do that. So I'm really proud of this and proud of our team for making this happen.
Thank you. Further? Yes, Commissioner, Vice Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I echo those sentiments, those comments. I did have I sort of know the answer to it, but I want to just bring it out in the open so we're all on the same page on this. In regards to the group homes for persons with mental or developmental disabilities is now a residential use, right? If for less than 10 individuals, is that correct? And I do recall that I'm trying to remember where I saw this, but I think I read some of the transcript from the CPC. I read someplace there was a debate and there were some questions about how do you, because it does not allow for providing of medical services. And I think there was some debate, and it's not, and I think the answer, and you might have been the one answering the question, I'm not sure, but it's not it's not a bright line. And I'm just wondering how you approach that. Is there some plans for additional,
sure,
regulation and such? Because I get it, why it's a difference. It is a residential use, less than 10. If you're not providing medical service, if you start providing service like a school, then it becomes a non-residential use. So that's my sort of observation.
Yes. So, Madam Chair, Commissioner Frank Baca, if we can think about this in terms of a couple of different baskets. So for This particular thing, the state sets aside people who have the mental and developmental disabilities, and those are both defined terms by the state. But these would be, as you said, these are primarily a residential use. So you could have somebody on site who is kind of like the equivalent to an apartment manager who's maybe helping people get to places, but you wouldn't have, it would not be a clinic, right? So you wouldn't have that level of skilled nursing care, all of that. Again, it's because it's operating as a residential use. So again, people living in a house, if you drove by it, it should look like any other house in your neighborhood, that sort of thing. And sort of to answer your question about, is this something that we need to kind of have the line be a little more bright and a little less fuzzy? That is something that definitely is on our agenda for our next set of code amendments. The city has a much more, I think, nuanced set of regulations. I don't know that we need to quite be there, but it's something that is on our radar.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions? I just would like to comment that I think this is one of the most important. This covers all the boxes, right? We're increasing opportunity for jobs, for employment, for small businesses, and of course, relieving people to be able to go to work so that they can have childcare. As a single mom, I definitely relied on the support of childcare to do all the things. So thank you, and thank you for the county moving fast on this. I did have, do you know if most of this was required by the legislation? Is that correct?
So, Madam Chair, all of these are things that are directly from that legislation. And as far as Commissioner Olivas's question, the city already had a lot of this underway. It's been discussed through the New Mexico League of Zoning Officials. I believe we're having somebody from the state early childhood department come and present at our annual conference. And there's kind of been discussion about implementation in communities, but the county did want to get ahead of this and make sure that our regulations were in line with what was happening at the state level.
Thank you. And then just my comment to what Vice Chair Frank Baca talked about, sort of a clearer line rather than fuzzy line. I can agree with that, and I just don't want us to also add more bureaucracy. I think like there's different levels of mental and developmental disabilities that don't need like consistent care or medical care. So I don't know. Yeah, I just hope we don't get too restrictive in what that means, because we also need more spaces for people with mental and developmental disabilities.
That's noted, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Any other comment, question? Okay, we have a motion and a second. Please call the roll, Madam.
Of course. Commissioner Olivas?
Yes.
Commissioner Benson?
Yes.
Commissioner Barbara Baca?
Yes.
Vice Chair Frank Baca?
Yes.
Chair Barboa?
Yes. Thank you. Another do pass.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Item 9A, Capital Improvement Program, Director Kathy Court to present.
Good evening, Madam Chair Barboa and Commissioners. Tonight, should we have an AR number? Do we do that?
Oh, thank you very much. Madam Clerk, please issue a resolution number for 9A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H.
Of course. Chair Barboa, 9A AR 2026-71, 9B1 AR 2026-72, 9B2 FR 2026-73, 9C AR 2026-74, 9D AR 2026-75, 9E shall be AR 2026-76, 9F shall be FR 2026-77, 9G shall be AR 2026-78, 9H shall be FR 2026-79.
Thank you very much. Well, thank you for that reminder, Director Kathy Court.
Thank you very much. Kathy Court, Capital Improvement Program Director, and today, this evening, I am presenting to you a motion to approve Administrative Resolution authorizing our general obligation bond questions for the November 3rd, 2026 general election. The motion does require a majority of a 3-2 vote for action. This was introduced prior to your break on June 23rd. I think that was the date. And so this is final action. On June 23rd, 2026, staff did recommend to the commission an option A with a $55 million bond package and an option B with $45 million in bond projects. The commission voted on the following actions to be taken by staff: an administrative resolution to authorize a $45 million bond package proposal and the inclusion of 3 additional projects: 4th Street Center for All Ages, Atrisco Acequia Madre, and East Mountain Roads. A financial resolution authorizing the use of county funds to support $10 million in capital projects from the $55 million bond package proposal. The outcomes of that meeting: staff identified 3 transportation projects that would benefit from the $10 million in county funding: Alameda Drain Trail Phase 6 construction, Atrisco Vista Boulevard North construction, and Coors Boulevard Southwest pedestrian safety project construction. So our $45 million bond package proposal before the commission tonight, everything is the same except for those 2 projects that were added to question number 3, 4th Street Center for All Ages at $2 million and Atrisco Acequia Madre at $822,920. We also added 1 project to question number 4, our transportation question, East Mountain Roads for $1 million, and that brought the whole package up to $45 million. In order to shift the we actually transferred some of those projects that were on that $55 million package. We put them into the $10 million fund shift. Those projects are the Alameda Drain Trail Phase 6 construction. We have that allocated at $3.5 million. Atrisco Vista Boulevard North construction at $832,000, and Coors Boulevard Southwest pedestrian safety project construction at $5,668,000. And the $10 million proposal is a separate agenda item and is not part of this resolution. Our next steps, if approved, staff will work with the county clerk's office to ensure inclusion of the ballot language on the general election ballot, and we will commence with implementing a strategy to inform the public about the projects proposed to receive 2026 GO bond funding. And that strategy involves a wide variety of methods: social media, videos, the League of Women Voters. And so we'll work with our communications team to get that done as well. And with that, I'm going to stand for any questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Director Court. I move approval. Can I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. Now, room for discussion. We have no discussion. Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Commissioner Olivas.
Yes.
Commissioner Benson.
Aye.
Commissioner Barbara Baca.
Yes.
Vice Chair Frank Baca.
Yes.
Chair Barboa.
Yes. Yay. Pass.
Thank you. That was easy right before my bedtime, so thank you very much.
Right before 9 p.m. One-time draw. Revenue Stabilization Operating Reserve, Deputy County Manager Finance Shirley Reagan to present.
Good evening, Madam Chair, Barboa, Commissioners. I'm Shirley Reagan, Deputy County Manager for Finance and CFO. I'm here to present agenda item for the introduction of a one-time draw from the Revenue Stabilization and Operating Reserve. It's agenda item number 27076, and the summary is, as Kathy has stated previously, that on June the 23rd, she presented to the board two financing options for the GEO bond package. One was for $45 million and one was for $55 million. The $45 million kept the debt service mill levy rate constant at $1.26. The $55 million package increased the mill levy rate to $1.40. At that time, the commission directed the county manager to come up with a separate option utilizing this funding. So the following actions are requested: a motion to approve for introduction, but it's going to be the final resolution because we will be asking for a suspension of the rules. To draw a one-time drawdown of $10 million from the Revenue Stabilization and Operating Reserve, and then a motion to approve the financial resolution appropriating and budgeting of the funds from the Revenue Stabilization Operating Reserve in the amount of $10 million. The background, the board, as I had said, directed that. So what's left after this proposed appropriation of $10 million in that fund will be $14,377 and wait, let me start over. $14,377,866, or 3% will remain in the reserve. This reserve will be recalculated in September after we do the year-end true-ups on the budget side and also continue with the accounting close. The reserve was initially established through Administrative Resolution 2015-14-1 to maintain a prudent level of financial resources that protect against temporary revenue shortfalls, unforeseen expenditures, or other economic uncertainties. The resolution explains its purpose is to ensure the county can continue providing essential public services in the event of an unexpected loss of revenue, unanticipated increases in expenditures, or significant funding requirements. It coincides with paragraph 20 of the Governmental Accounting Standard Board's, or GASB, Statement 54. Stabilization arrangements are created through formal action, such as a resolution, to set aside resources for use in the emergency or extraordinary circumstances. The board determined that the use of the Revenue Stabilization and Operating Reserve funds was appropriate for funding the critical infrastructure projects. Management performed due diligence in addition to having preliminary discussions with the audit committee and external auditors on the use of the Revenue Stabilization and Operating Reserve. The next steps, if approved, would be to transfer the funds from the Revenue Stabilization Operating Reserve to the capital projects. And then you can contact me if you have any questions regarding the reimbursement resolution. It is our policy that if we draw down on these funds, we have to have a plan in place to reestablish it back to the appropriate levels within a year. And County Manager, did you have anything you'd like to add?
Yes, thank you. I did want to just affirm that we, as part of our due diligence, whenever we take an action like this, we do our homework so we can alert you if there could be any concerns. We could have an audit finding based on really based on the use of the funds. We have reached out to our auditors. I am very confident that based on the structure of the way that Ms. Reagan and the authors of the proposal put it forward, that we're going to be able to address that and without an audit finding. But I wanted to alert you just in case that was an outcome.
Thank you, County Manager. Thank you, Director Shirley Reagan, DCM Shirley Reagan. Any
I'd make a motion to approve.
Thank you. Yes,
Or
it was
adopt.
also your sponsorship. So do you and Commissioner Barbara Baca have any opening or comment?
I would just say, I think this is trying to meet the moment here in the community and nationally where, a lot of people are struggling. Realize that the tax increase that was proposed was modest, in all regards. It was certainly, $6 a year for the average property, something like that. But that being said, just firmly believe that we can't sort of have it both ways, say that we're committed to affordability, we're committed to sort of making life less expensive, and then at the same time say, but we need a little bit more of your money. So, this really asks us to tighten the belt, but not really, right? This wasn't money that was going somewhere, that was being used. Speaking highly to our financial management, since this fund was created in 2015, it's never been used for its intended purpose, as far as like, an economic shock or a major downturn. That was a time when we had some really bad investment policies that created a lot of chaos in our finances. So, we haven't had to use that. And to be very clear, the range that's established is 3 to 5%. This puts us right at that 3% floor. So I feel very confident this still, I would personally take great offense if the auditor does come back and say this is an audit finding. How can you have an audit finding when it's within policy? I disagree with that. It would question to me how good is the audit. And then that being said too, we have another $100 million plus that's also in reserves that's mandated by the state. So I think that we're in very good shape, and this allows us to grow our capital program while not growing our tax rates during this time when everybody's really feeling the punch, the pinch. So I just think this is smart budgeting. These are decisions that we have to make, and this allows us really to kind of have it both ways in the sense that we get to grow the program, try to meet the need in the community, and at the same time, not raise taxes, not ask people for more of their money. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Olivas. Commissioner Barbara Baca, and we do have a motion if you'd like to second.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I second the motion.
Great.
And I appreciate it. I won't take us too long. We're getting late into the evening. But I ditto what Commissioner Olivas said. We are still well above the mandated required reserves. And so this is a stabilization reserve that I think this is the appropriate use because we are at a place in our economy where we do not want to be raising taxes when we have reserves that are plentiful. So I urge your support. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further comment? Yes, Commissioner Benson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Madam Chair, I think this question is from Madam County Manager or possibly Ms. Reagan. But what can you expand more on what the potential audit finding could be?
Absolutely.
And then also, second question is what is the plan to replenish that $10 million within the next 12 months?
So let me take the first part, and then I'm gonna look to Shirley for looking for the money, and I will make a couple comments about that as well. So when we use any of our reserves, we have frameworks that we're to follow in terms of using those reserves. In this instance, we are obligated to keep that 3% threshold and below for emergencies. What is above that threshold, and this is what I think was being referred to, what's above that threshold, we believe we have flexibility to make an investment. We'll work with the auditors to make sure that that is their shared understanding, and if there's a challenge, we'll come back to you, but we feel relatively confident that they will see it the way we see it in terms of the utilization of those dollars.
Thank you.
Oh, may I just, before Shirley says how she's going to find money and grow it, yeah. Let me just be very, very clear about this. We had a flat budget this year, and we are working very, very hard to make sure we understand from this date forward, how to project out both our one-time available funding and the ongoing revenue that we know our employees are looking at for their own raises and benefits, which we feel is a very high priority in terms of what the administration will come back to you in terms of utilization of those funds. I say that because at the same time, as you all know, UNMH has decided that they're going to no longer provide medical services in our jail, and that is going to put some pressure on all of us. We'll talk about that item in just a moment. Some pressure on all of us relative to, or we may have done it already, but relative to how we provide resources over the coming year, particularly the next 18 months, is what I'm very, very concerned about. So as Shirley's looking at this revenue, we're going to be very, very judicious about where we identify that money and how that money is presented to all of you. You've all asked really excellent questions about the future of the budget, and we're working very hard to get the information that you need in order to make sure that we are extremely prepared. And so actions that you take in the future, we can track what the impact of that action is going to be over multiple years instead of just looking at it as a one-time investment. So Shirley.
I was just going to add, Madam Chair, Commissioner Benson, to your question about how we would restore this fund. I'll go back to a little bit before 2015, 2014 timeframe when we hit this reserve for two reasons. We exceeded our McClendon requirements at MDC for housing of inmates, and we had to pay about $11 million to send them out of county. That same year, we also had an economic downturn with the investments. Most of our positions were long, and so we had to liquidate because we didn't have cash flow. So that was about a little over $17.5 million. And it was right when I came to the county, and it was going on, and there were several lawsuits. And from that, we had to really, like Cindy said, we had to buckle down and really take a look at what was in our budget, how we budget it, and all of those sorts of things, and also started to do different strategies on our debt payoffs and a debt management policy to ensure that we kept things stable. And it took us a while to dig out of that routine before we started building ourselves back up. But we were able to work on a plan to get that back up by also looking at the GFOA, which is the Government Financial Officers Association. They had recommended best practices for reserve requirements on your general fund, and they had that set at 30%. So we were counting the 25% DFA reserve that is mandated. However, that reserve you really can't touch without DFA's permission, and usually when you get to that level of them using that set of reserves, they will come in and take over your books or assign a fiscal agent to handle your affairs. So we tried to my predecessor set this secondary fund to give us an opportunity to address emergencies without going into the DFA reserve. And since then, we've improved our bond ratings and all of those things. We didn't have very good bond ratings before, but we have worked on that. So like the county manager said, we will continue to do what we need to do to support you all and get the county in a good place behind this.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Reagan. Thank you, County Manager. Madam Chair, I understand the logic and the need here, and I can't say that I disagree with it. However, my concern is, even $100 million can go pretty quick in an economic downturn, and we're not in one right now, and yet we still we have legitimate need for these funds, which I recognize. But my concern is pulling from our rainy day fund, planning to pay it back, but then other things can happen too. If there's a rising rate environment, or if there is an economic downturn or a recession, all of which it's been a while since we've had a notable one, about 15 years actually, which is pretty rare to have a stretch this long. So, yeah, I just have a concern of pulling this $10 million just for financial safety and soundness for the county health. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And I don't know if I heard clearly, Shirley, and maybe just because it's late, you said we're going to replace the funds, but I don't know that I heard how. Did you just say we're going to figure it out?
Say that again, Commissioner.
Like the replacing the 10 million that we're taking from the reserve. You said it's within our practices that we replace that fund.
Yes, that we have a plan to replace that money back to that level within a year.
Yes, sorry if you said it.
And let me chime in because I hear the question. The way that we're doing it right now is that we are taking a very hard look at the whole budget, and that's part of Haley and her team's job. And there are two things that we're trying to determine. One is taking a look at how much one-time money we have that we may have not used for quite a while that's kind of just bunched up in different parts of the organization, or bunch up set aside. So, and then looking long-term over how much money have we been able to maintain year over year, and I'm going to use the wrong language, in our ending fund balance, and determining how much of that we can apply to activities like this, including, frankly, one of the things we should have is a $10 million reserve that we're constantly being able to invest in roads and infrastructure so that we have an ongoing match at a local level, so that it allows us to be much more opportunistic when monies are available and getting projects in the ground. That's a really important part of the future of the organization. The second is determining what, in fact, are ongoing revenues that, again, may be set aside in different parts of the organization that we need to take a look at so that we can invest them appropriately as you direct, especially I know in our partnerships with our bargaining units. But let me just add a third thing. We know that all of these investments that we're making now and monies that we have coming in, that we need to be able to project over a 5-year period of time, so that when you vote, for example, on the IVMP, that we know when we make those investments what the long-term cost is going to be over multiple years, and we have a mechanism for doing that. So over this next year, even while we're dealing with the jail and we're dealing with the new risk management process, we're bringing on new technology, including the SAP HANA, so that we are able to give you, down to the gnat's eyebrow, what we're doing throughout the organization relative to expenditures. So the plan is, all of that research is being done now. In September, we'll have an update for you on the budget adjustments, and have an update on this question about ending fund balances. Again, I know Shirley's going to correct me with the language, but an ongoing revenue. So we're going to have a much clearer picture in September, so that by October, when we take the actions relative, you all take actions relative to how we're going to provide resources in the jail and services in the jail, we're going to have a much clearer picture of what our going forward is. And that'll get clearer and clearer. So the plan really is taking a very careful look all throughout the institution and making sure that we're putting our money to work the way that you all are directing us to do that. Because right now, while we're doing that with some of our funds, I'm not convinced that we're doing that with all of our funds. And to your really important point, Commissioner, I do want to address it. I think the point you raise about how we can be both prudent and respond to the needs both of our employees and the community is really the balance we're trying to strike right now. And I think over this next year, as we get ready for the next budget, we're going to see that more and more clearly. And I'm really counting on the budget and policy team to help draw that, move us forward, and to make sure that Shirley, who won't let us get too close to that cliff, will be there to make sure that we do this in a way that gives you an opportunity to look at all of that information in one package.
Thank you very much. Yes, Commissioner Lewis.
Madam Chair, I'd like to call a question and do a quick close on this item.
Wonderful. We have a motion, a second. Madam Clerk,
I asked to do a close.
Yeah. Do a close.
Yeah. So I just wanted to say we are the appropriators in Bernalillo County. And so I think that, we have the responsibility to make those decisions about how public money is spent, where public money is placed. A 30% reserve target across the county, I think, is baseless. And I'm working with a local economist on that question right now, because the city of Albuquerque, with almost double the budget we have, does not have that same level of reserve. I want to know, what does El Paso County have? What does Denver County have? What does the city of Denver have? What does the city of Tucson have? What does the city of Albuquerque have in reserve? Those are the kinds of questions that we need to answer in order to target a reserve. And so before we talk about how are we going to pay this back, I think we need to actually have a question of, should we pay this back? And that's a question for the appropriators to decide, not the policy. This answer that we're going to let the policy decide to refill this bucket. That's an appropriations question, not a policy. Well, it's a policy question for the appropriators. So I think we need to engage in some serious conversation about this, because clearly we're not on the same page about what's happening here. I don't think we just go back to status quo and refill the bucket, go back to the way we're doing business. We need to have a more comprehensive discussion of what is the reserve level that we need and go from there. So I think this is the beginning of that conversation, and I think it's a good way to start the conversation to show our taxpayers that we're going to deploy their money in their community right now. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And I know you called the question, but I must say, because what I understood is that we already have a policy that requires us to do that. So if we want to address that policy and try and change that policy, but I think those policies were put in place because previous commissioners thought they were needed.
It's 3 to 5%, Madam Chair, and we're going to 3%. So we are within the policy. There's no reason to refill it. We are within the policy. That's the point I'm making.
I think that's for further discussion. We could talk after this. I'm excited to talk about it because I think we all agree that our reserves and I think statewide we're tapping into reserves in new ways. And Commissioner Benson's made points several times that we are a rich state because of in many ways. So let's make sure we're utilizing the best. And I think that's what you're trying to do. And I applaud that. I don't have anything against this. I just want to make sure we're also following policy that, so Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Olivas.
Yes.
Commissioner Benson.
No.
Commissioner Barbara Baca.
Yes.
Vice Chair Frank Baca.
Yes.
Madam Chair Barboa.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, we're moving on to item C, Film Yards Additional Revenue Bond. Manager Tobias to present.
Good evening, Carolyn Tobias, Economic Development Manager, and Madam Chair, members of the Commission. The Economic Development staff are requesting an amendment for an administrative resolution, 2026-30, essentially requesting an extension of the expiration date of the introductory resolution for the IRB pertaining to the film yards. Specifically, just at a high level, on March 11th, this administrative resolution was approved as, again, for introduction. Since that time, the project has undergone some changes, which often happens between introduction and adoption, and reduced their application amount to $10.13 million due to removal of Phase 3. However, this particular amendment is to request an extension due to allow New Mexico Finance Authority more time with an agreement that ensures Bernalillo County holds first position on our clawback, which is an agreement that accompanies every economic development transaction. In this instance, this particular entity is using NMFA's Opportunity Enterprise Revolving Fund, and this is the first of several projects that are now utilizing that fund and the first IRB that is using that fund. So we're working with NMFA to refine that document. Just as a reminder, the Film Yard IRB project will come back for final adoption and for commission consideration at a later date. But at the moment, the resolution expires on September 7th. And so we're needing to allow more time, which is the reason why we're putting this request before you this evening, I should say. It feels like morning. But at a high level, again, the IRB investment is a $10.13 million development of a digital film studio with 25 full-time jobs and anticipated 200 project jobs created on site in the South Valley. And I'm happy to stand for any questions.
Thank you. I move approval. Can I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. I have a motion of approval up for discussion. Any discussion? Okay, Madam Clerk, please call the roll. And I think Commissioner Olivas just stepped up for a minute, but I think we can call the roll. Thank you.
Commissioner Benson.
Yes.
Commissioner Barbara Baca.
Yes.
Vice Chair Frank Baca.
Yes.
Madam Chair Barboa.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, yeah, motion passed. Thank you. Moving on to the Prost. Commissioner Barbara Baca, would you like to open us up item D?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Madam Chair. And I move approval of this resolution. I'm hoping for a second. Thank you, Madam Chair. This shouldn't be anything new to us, because what this is just a little bit of a tweaking and a reworking, but I think in a very positive way for the county as a whole, of the amendment or the redo of the PROS plan, which is a 10-year-old plan, as we all know. But as we were looking at that and working with the PROS staff and listening to our community, I felt very, very strongly that we needed to look at this in more of a regional sense and really talk about sort of the visioning and reaching out to the community about our assets, our natural resources assets, our parks, recreation, open space, and trails, which the trail connections have been sort of left out in this discussion. And so the resolution speaks to the process by which we will include the community in a great dialogue, all ends of the county, from the Rio Puerco on the far west mesa to the valley with the bosque to the East Mountains, and then the trails that connect all of those things, north and south in the county. So as you all know, my history with the comprehensive planning with city of Albuquerque and Bernalillo County, as well as parks, recreation, and open space. This is a really important thing. The whole quality of life and culture and agriculture and acequias that makes our place special is what we are trying to get at. Working with the county manager's office, they have done a contract with Trust for Public Lands. TPL is going to lead the planning component of this. We also have some good communication experts in terms of outreach to the community for a really robust dialogue. And we've heard some input tonight that the community is really looking forward to this and embracing it. So this is a really exciting opportunity. We're calling for the plan to be completed in 18 months, and we're ready to rock and roll. And that's why I requested to have it on for suspension of the rules, to have it on for approval tonight. So I really, truly urge your support, and happy to answer any questions that you all might have. Thank you.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Yes, Commissioner Vice Chair Baca.
Oh, I just want to comment, Madam Chair, thank you, and Commissioner Baca for bringing this forward. You know, this is awesome. I love to hear this discussion, and as it relates to recognition, the actual recognition of why this place is special and unique. And, you know, we say that a lot. I know I say that a lot in various different contexts. But saying it and then doing something about it are two different things. And so you're talking about the river, which unfortunately dry, but we have the bosque, we have the sequias, we have the, you know, we have the mountains, we have the mesa. And sometimes those of us who lived here all our lives, like myself, we take those for granted. And so many times it takes a conversation I have with somebody who is passing by, a traveler on vacation, or somebody's just moved here, and they talk about, the hiking and all these other opportunities are to go down the bosque, and it's like, oh yeah, you're right, and why don't I do that more often? So the fact that this is sort of more than just talking about recognition, but really incorporating that into a quality of life, and to sharing that vision, developing that vision of who we are and who we want to be, I think this is a great process, great opportunity, and obviously I totally support it.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Any other discussion? Thank you. We have a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Olivas?
Yes.
Commissioner Benson?
Yes.
Commissioner Barbara Baca?
Yes.
Vice Chair Frank Baca?
Yes.
Madam Chair Barboa?
Yes, you have a unanimously passed. Great. Next order is Director Stephanie Sanchez, preliminary final quarter financial reporting year end.
Good evening, Madam Chair and members of the Commission. I'm Stephanie Sanchez, Deputy Director of Accounting, and today we're bringing for the approval of our fourth quarter report that is to be submitted to the Department of Finance and Administration, DFA. This report is required from state statute. We report quarterly, and the fourth quarter is required to be approved by the Commission. And it basically takes the SAP data and puts it into DFA's fund groupings, and it's required to be submitted for our final budget approval by DFA. This slide just provides a little bit of information on the report itself, some of the requirements that DFA checks when we submit the report. And again, this is just a preliminary report. We'll continue to close the books and do the accruals for year end for our final report that will be submitted after that it's audited to the state, and then it will be submitted to the Office of the State Auditors on or before December 1st. And I stand for any questions.
Thank you so much, Ms. Sanchez. I move approval. Have a second?
Second.
Thank you. We have a motion approval. Any discussion or questions for Ms. Sanchez? Thank you. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Olivas?
Yes.
Commissioner Benson?
Yes.
Commissioner Barbara Baca?
Yes.
Vice Chair Frank Baca?
Yes.
Madam Chair Barboa?
Yes.
Thank you.
Exciting. Move approval. Great. Manager Tobias, South Valley Economic Development Center expansion. Exciting. So excited to hear about this. Woohoo! Trying to liven up the mood. It's your birthday. It's your birthday. It's my son's birthday today, too.
It's better than the alternative that you don't want to hear about it. Good evening again, Carolyn Tobias, Economic Development Manager, and Madam Chair and members of the Commission. This agenda item is fairly straightforward. It's a request to accept and budget an appropriation from Senator Vasquez from FY24 through of $850,000. It is a HUD grant that was specifically appropriated for the South Valley Economic Development Center expansion. In March of this year, the grant agreement was executed. This is the first of this particular grant that our department has handled, so there have been delays. However, at the Commission's approval, this item will make these funds accessible to the Rio Grande Community Development Corporation, which is the nonprofit that is running the SVEDC and facilitating the expenditure of those funds. And I'm happy to stand for any questions.
Thank you.
Move to approve.
I'll second. We have a motion and approval. Open for discussion. Yes, Commissioner Vice Chair Baca.
One comment, of course. Yeah, this funding will go, as my understanding, towards utilizing the addition to that building that's being constructed as we speak. It's last I saw it was about 75%. By now, it's probably closer to 90%. I know they're having a ribbon cutting or something here the next couple of weeks. I'm looking forward to that. I'm very proud of this organization. As I said many times, proudly, I had a hand in forming this organization some 30 plus years ago, and to see it develop and grow to what it is, and I think it's done a lot. I think there's a lot more potential for that sort of organization in the heart of the South Valley. So, yeah, I'm very excited about this. Really appreciate the Congressman Bosca's support of this organization and this effort as well. So, I just urge support. Thank you.
Very exciting. Any other discussion? Thank you for bringing this forward. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Olivas.
Yes.
Commissioner Benson.
Yes.
Commissioner Barba Baca.
Yes, yes, yes. Sorry, my mute was on.
I'll count that as one. Vice Chair Frank Baca.
Yes.
Madam Chair Barboa.
Yes. Exciting. I just want to make a last comment to get CM approval. Just to say lastly that so much good community projects have come out of that South Valley Economic. So agree, and thank you for bringing it forward. Next one is Vice Chair Baca and Carolyn Tobias, and I know we have Mr. Robert Chavez in the audience all night with us. So I just want to recognize that. Thank you for being here. Would you like to open us?
No, I'd
okay. Yes, Carolyn Tobias.
Yes, Madam Chair and members of the Commission, the Economic Development Department, together with the Behavioral Health Authority Department, are bringing forth this approval of this application for the Transitional Housing Grant process with YDI. And specifically, their application requested funding towards the purchase of the Flora Vista apartments to service at-risk and transitional youth and to house them. They currently are operating this facility and providing services, but on a lease basis. And when the opportunity arose for them to purchase, it did make the most sense for them to be able to continue to provide the service while also maintaining the facility itself. This grant, together with the Behavioral Health Department, will utilize this $1.4 or $1,442,994 that YDI have collected in capital outlay for the purchase specifically to for funds to pass through the county to purchase the building with behavioral health gross receipts tax funding. And then the behavioral health team will then appropriate those capital outlay funds. So by enabling the YDI to pass through these funds with Bernalillo County really enables them to actually purchase the property in a timely manner. So with that consideration, I'll stand for any questions.
Thank you, Manager Tobias. Yes, Commissioner Vice Chair.
Move to approve.
I think motion. I second that for sure. Oh, maybe yes, motion second. Any other comment?
If I may, Madam Chair.
Yes, please.
Yes, this is a great project in a couple of ways. Number one, YDI brings all the money to the table, through their efforts of that. So that's expenditure is out of their efforts. Secondly, and this property, as Mr. Bias indicated, is being operated as we speak, but on a lease basis, and the property was for sale. It was for sale by the owner to be sold to somebody, that it was sold to the current tenant that uses it the way they use it. As you all know, I think transitional housing is such an important part of our need in this community, of all sorts of different types, whether it's permanent, temporary, long-term, short-term, youth, seniors, people coming out of prison or whatever. Transitional housing is such an important piece of the puzzle to addressing some of the issues and needs we have in this community. So I also like to personally thank County Manager Chavez for her involvement in this and figuring out a way to make this happen. I think that was very helpful, the relationships that she had in place and the willingness to talk and hear them out to make this happen. So thank you so much for that. And I urge support.
Thank you. And I'd like to just comment that I've mentioned before that I was a case manager at YDI's Casa Hermosa, which is also a transitional living program, many years ago. But these are what often you talk about, and I fully support, is that need for supportive housing and transitional housing for all our populations, and particularly this population that when folks are aging out of foster care or in that really hard time, we don't want to just throw our young adults to the wolves. So really thankful for this and very excited to hear about how this partnership worked out and all the different funding is coming together. So thank you. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Yes, Commissioner Olivas.
Yes.
Commissioner Benson.
Yes.
Commissioner Barbara Baca.
Yes.
Vice Chair Frank Baca.
Yes.
Madam Chair Barboa.
Yes.
Thank you.
Woo. And I'll close by saying too that Mr. Robert Chavez is in the audience, and I asked if maybe in a future meeting we could learn a little bit about the different tiers of housing, supportive housing, how that works with their behavioral health programming, just to get us sort of all up. Thank you. Okay, moving on to, we are getting close. The Interim Emergency Communications Director, Amanda Colbert. Wow, you are everything. Go, Interim Director.
Madam Chair, members of the Commission, Amanda Colburn, currently Interim Director for Emergency Communications.
Like a Swiss knife.
The item before you today, which my slide looks really wonky, it is for our Enhanced 911 grant. It is the standard operating grant that we receive annually from the state for the operations of the 911 ECC, or Emergency Communication Center. So the funding for this comes from the surcharges, and so after we provide the state our needs, and then they provide us the funding for our grant. This grant allows us to pay for small equipment, so headphones, headpieces, upgrades to our equipment, as well as any fees for the programs and the processes that we use within the emergency communications facility. So we have, oh, look at that. There they are. There's all my information, my friends. So it allows us to do this, and it's at no cost. So it's a fully refundable grant. We don't apply for it. It is a grant that is just awarded to us. So we don't report in the same way. We send messages to DFA saying, hey, we want to spend it on this. They give us the approval and we get to spend it. So it's wonderful. So we have 3 motions for the approval of our grant, which is for $1,539,714. It's also to allow an authorized county manager to execute any other amendments or any purchases that are part of this grant moving forward throughout the fiscal year. Is stand for any questions?
Thank you. I move approval.
Second.
Thank you. We have a motion second. Any comments, questions? Thank you, Madam Clerk. Please call the roll.
Commissioner Olivas.
Yes.
Commissioner Benson.
Yes.
Commissioner Barbara Baca.
Yes.
Vice Chair Frank Baca.
Yes.
Madam Chair Barboa.
Yes.
Thank you.
Awesome. Item 10C, 2026 capital outlay. Thank you, Interim Director, Swiss Army Knife Colbert. Director Kathy Clark, please.
Good evening again, Madam Chair Barboa and Commissioners. The motion in front of you tonight is to introduce a motion to approve Financial Resolution FR 2026-XX budgeting $19,175,800 in legislative capital outlay appropriations awarded to Bernalillo County during the 2026 State of New Mexico legislative session. The motion also will be to authorize the county manager to execute all State of New Mexico agency grant agreements or amendments for the 2026 legislative capital outlay appropriations and reauthorizations that exceed the county manager's signature authority. Departments have been notified of their 2026 legislative appropriations. It is the department's responsibility to spend down the funds by the reversion date of each agreement and to follow all procurement measures to ensure the funds are spent accurately and efficiently. The Capital Improvement Program Strategic Program Manager is responsible for tracking these grant agreements to ensure they are routed for county manager's signature and final execution by the New Mexico Department of Finance and Administration. The budget will appropriate the funds, budgeting these grants will appropriate the funds in the budget system once the Bernalillo County Board of Commissioners has approved the financial resolution. Departments will be able to use the funds as soon as the individual grant agreements are executed by the New Mexico Department of Finance and Administration. The 2026 legislative funding is based on the county's adopted 2027 to 2031 infrastructure capital improvement plan, which was approved by this board last year on June 24th. There are several types of legislative appropriations that we're seeking budgeting of. Senate Bill 240 was our capital outlay bill that came out of the 2026 legislative session. $13,215,800 was acquired by Bernalillo County for a variety of our capital projects. Another $3,170,000 was appropriated to nonprofit organizations that we serve as fiscal agent to. We're also appropriating some capital outlay grants that were transferred to Bernalillo County from the Mortgage Finance Authority and from the city of Albuquerque. Those grants total $2,790,000. So that leaves us with our final total amount to be budgeted, $19,175,800. In addition, we have House Bill 332, which was our capital outlay reauthorization bill. We are getting $8,955,445.83 in reauthorized capital grants. They have already been budgeted in previous years by this commission. A little overview of the legislative session and capital outlay. We actually requested $55.2 million for 47 projects in the 2026 legislative session. 36 projects were funded at the $13,215,800, with 2 of those funded projects that were actually not on our original capital priorities list, but that was lawmaker purview. Lawmakers decided to appropriate some funds, and both those projects were in Commissioner Frank Baca's district. 4 projects, as I mentioned, are coming to us from the city of Albuquerque and the Mortgage Finance Authority at $2,790,000, and 11 additional grants funded at $3,170,000 are designated to nonprofit organizations, and there's that total there again. We actually submitted 30 reauthorization requests, and the governor vetoed 9 of those because those 9 grants had 0 expenditures. House Bill 247, which was passed in this legislative session, requires reauthorizations to be vetoed if the grant has expenditures of less than 10% by January 15th of the year the grant expires. And because of that new bill, and because of the pattern of the governor these last 2 sessions of vetoing reauthorizations with 0 expenditures, We're being very proactive this year. Our CIP Strategic Program Manager will be working with DFA starting in September to identify all of the county's grants that revert on June 30th of 2027 and have no expenditures, no encumbrances. These are the grants that are most at risk of being frozen now on January 15th of 2027. So our CIP Strategic Program Manager will be alerting departments of the grants that they haven't spent down, so that they may take action on these grants and spend at least 10% of the grant by January 15th of 2027. This is a comparison that was provided by our county lobbyist, Matt Munoz, who helped us really spearhead our capital outlay project requests, and our CIP Strategic Program Manager. You'll see here what our 2026 capital outlay appropriations that were received. We actually had $17,440,800 in appropriations. However, $1,055,000 of those were vetoed by the governor in the bill, leaving us with the $16,385,800 plus the transfer grants for your total budget there. On the 2025 column, we actually have the actual amount that we were provided last year. It was $26,137,444. So you actually do see a pretty big decline in the amount of appropriations that we received this year versus last year. Next steps, on August 25th, 2026, we'll bring back this motion for final approval of a financial resolution in order to budget our $19,175,800. And then we'll be ready and poised to start spending these grants as soon as they're released to us by the New Mexico Department of Finance and Administration, which usually happens between August and September of every year after a legislative session. And with that, I'll stand for any questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I move to approve. Can I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. I have a motion of second. Any discussion or questions for Director Quinn?
Madam Chair.
Yes.
I just wanted to say on that slide, comparing 25 to 26, I appreciate that being in there. And I do think that we need to have a bigger conversation about that, about our legislative strategy. You know, I know that we added a number of lobbyists last year, and so I'm wondering if the ROI is there. We're investing in those people to lobby on our behalf, but even though I believe the capital outlay amounts that legislators were allocated was the same in each year, the number didn't go down. It might have even gone up, but not significantly. But our funding went down significantly. Even ignoring the vetoed amount. So it's not a question, it's not a reflection of anything you're doing. I know the work that you do to prepare for this session and get all these lists and herd all the cats to make those lists ready. But I do think that we need to think about that strategy at the Capitol in coming years. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further comments, discussion? Thank you. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Olivas.
Yes.
Commissioner Benson.
Yes.
Commissioner Barbara Baca.
Yes.
Vice Chair Frank Baca.
Yes.
Madam Chair Barboa.
Yes.
Thank you.
Great. We move on to the next item, opioid funding budget and appropriation. Fiscal Analyst Audra Garcia.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the Commission. My name is Audra Garcia Martinez. I'm the Senior Fiscal Analyst of the Finance Division. Today, Finance is requesting approval for the introduction of a financial resolution accepting and budgeting payments totaling $912,000 from the opioid settlement. On May 22nd, Bernalillo County was notified by the Directing Administrator of the National Opioid Settlements that on or around July 15th, the county would receive its 6th distribution from BG Distributors on behalf of the distributors Cardinal, McKesson, and Amerisource Bergen in the amount of $571,000. On June 18th, Bernalillo County was notified by the directing administrator that on or around July 15th, the county would receive its fourth distribution from Allergen and Teva in the amount of $340,000. The county received the payments from all three distributors on July 24th of 2026. To date, the county has received a total of $30.2 million in settlement payments. The initial settlement amounts from the distributor sources at that time was $65 million to be distributed from 2022 to 2038. We have received from other settlements a total of $838,000. If the introduction is approved, Finance will submit for final approval of the financial resolution at the August 25th meeting. And I stand for any questions.
Thank you, Analyst Garcia. I move approval.
Second.
Thank you. I have a motion, a second. Any comment, question? Amazing. Thank you. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Olivas?
Yes.
Commissioner Benson?
Yes.
Commissioner Barbara Baca?
Yes.
Vice Chair Frank Baca?
Yes.
Madam Chair Barboa?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Great. And now on to your item, Madam County Clerk. Esparza Advertising GE Voting Awareness Campaign. General election.
Thank you, everybody. We'll try to keep this brief, but you all know, Madam Chair, and members of the commission, that when I get really excited about something, I tend to ramble. So please bear with me. I know we're all tired. I looked really put together this morning. Those of you who are in the meeting can attest to that. But it's been a long day, so I'm sorry.
You look cute.
I would like to thank Kelly Baca and Deneen Morelos and the rest of the amazing clerk staff for helping put this together. I am going to speed through this as much as possible, but if there is anything that you would like me to cover or go back on, please let me know. So, you all know we have an election coming up this November. We are getting ready to start that process. We are coming off of the primary, which was a very successful election. We had about a 3% increase in participation over the last primary, right? But we also had an incredible increase in the number of eligible people. So it wasn't a direct increase in percentage. The actual number went up several tens of thousands of voters went up as well. So we were really, really excited about that. This primary, we actually went with Esparza Advertising. Many of you may know them. I hope you do. They are local. They are right down the street on 5th and Copper, and we had a really, really good relationship with them when we used them for the primary. We'd like to continue using them. And because we are asking for over $300,000, we are asking you guys to approve that. And here we go. So it is statutory obligation that we do inform voters about the who, what, when, where, and why of all elections. But we all know that it is actually much more complicated than that. We have an obligation to notify voters of much more. And we know that if we, the trusted adults in the room, as we like to say, if we're not providing the accurate and complete information. You know, there's a number of other people out there who will be more than happy to fill that airtime with whatever they want to say. And we know that if you have enough money, you know, we're talking about money in politics earlier. And if you have the money, you know, you can say whatever you want. You can go on Facebook and you can go on Instagram and you can go on TV and say whatever you want about anything. And there really isn't a whole lot that anybody can do about it. And so if we aren't out there putting the accurate information in people's in heads, then that space is available and open for anybody else to say whatever they want. So that's really what we are trying to do. We want to become and continue to be the trusted messengers when it comes to any and all elections information. And so after working with our communications and outreach team, we met with several different advertising vendors at the beginning of the year, and we settled on Esparza. And I wouldn't say that we settled. We were really, really excited. They did the Secretary of State's campaign a couple of years ago. I was really, really excited. You can ask them. I was super, super excited. I don't know if you saw. It was about combating AI, I think, and it had like the Mona Lisa, and then there was like a George Washington. It was really cool graphics. Go on their website sometime and take a look. You also all have books that show some of their billboard campaigns. They're just an incredibly dynamic advertising agency. So this is what the media strategy looked like for our 2026 primary. This is just some of what they are able to do, and we were really, really excited by all of it. Really creative stuff. Here's an example of what they were able to show us. This is just showing what their planning was for the billboard part of our campaign. I'm not going to go through all of it, but they were very, very detailed in what they were promising us. Here are the billboards that we had all around town, and you can see that the message was consistent and it was exciting and highly visible. And again, it was something that you could tell was very clearly ours. The branding was very consistent, and we were really excited about it. And this is what those billboards looked like. And we had, I think, 10 billboards around town. That was just part of our campaign. Another part of it, I'm not going to play the video. Like I said, I'm rambling already, but we had several commercials. Hopefully you guys saw them. We were pretty excited about them. Actually, you know what? We've been here a while.
What the heck? What the heck?
I'm going to play it anyway. You know what? Well, there's no sound, but there we go. She does a really great voiceover. But this is one of the campaign commercials that we did, and it isn't. New Mexico just opened the primary. You show up, you choose a ballot, you vote, same as everyone else.
Myth 3: the primary doesn't matter.
The primary decides who is on the November ballot. It matters a lot, and it's your call.
Primary election, June 2nd. It's your call.
Okay, so it's really cool. It was a lot of fun. You can see down below if you're interested in that sort of thing. We have some of the data around those commercials, and happy to share any of that or go back and look at it with you guys if you would like. We also had an influencer campaign, which was really, really cool.
County primary. I'm sorry, I couldn't help but overhear. Isn't election day in November?
The general election is in November, but the primary election is now through June 2nd. And that's when a lot of the candidates get decided. You can go vote early today.
But I'm a registered independent. I can't vote in the primary.
This year, you can.
Okay, so I won't play that whole thing. But obviously, you know, younger voters, we're definitely trying to reach out to them because they are our lowest turnout age demographic. So anything that we can do, we will certainly try to do. And this definitely did reach a significant amount of younger voters. We were able to reach them through Instagram and Snapchat and TikTok, and it made a difference. And we hope to continue making a difference with those folks. And then lastly, here are some of the other places where we had our campaign reach. We had banners, we had our information on gas station polls and that sort of thing. We had concrete graphics, and we had banners up at UNM. We had our team up doing different events, but the banners came out really great as well. You saw our beautiful banner. I know this one over here particularly loved seeing my face in 10-foot high, bright and early at 7 o'clock every morning. But they just did a really, really great job for us all across the board. We were very happy with their work. And this you should all have in your packets, but it sort of goes over what your money will buy us. Our money will buy us. And it's actually pretty reasonable. Now, about $300,000 is what our budget has been in the past. So it is reasonable. We hadn't done influencers in the past. And everything else is kind of going up in cost, as we all know. Everything is getting more and more expensive. And I hope that you will see and you have found that it has been worth it. I think we all will attest to the fact that it has been. And so we would really like to continue with them. We think that they have been wonderful to work with. They're a great local company. They're pillars of the community. And we certainly want to keep our dollars here in the community. So ask for your support. Thank you. I know that was way too long. Please support us and support them.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I don't think it was too long. We're just all a little tired, but it was not too long. Thank you. I move approval.
Second.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. Is any further discussion?
Any questions?
Yes, Commissioner Benson.
Well done, Madam Clerk. You and your staff ran a great election, and look forward to November's election as well. And the Esparza team, they're top notch. They do a great job, and I think it's a great choice to use them. I support this. I do point out, though, the irony that this is exactly what we were talking about earlier of money in politics, which is why there will always be money in politics. You just have to manage it, and you have to make sure it's clean and open and as fair as you can make it. But for this item, I think it's a good use. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I agree. I think, this is nonpartisan money, though, going to direct education and informing our voters, which is so important. So thank you. I think the more we do, I would like to, I don't know, I'd ask for some of that because I think there is some targeting stuff. I think as a county, we know that people that vote regularly get regular communications, but we also have access to the people who maybe are unlikely voters, and how can we reach them with some of this targeting or these things. But I think this is a great deal. Thank you for sharing it. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Sure.
What do we do?
Commissioner Olivas.
Yes.
Commissioner Benson.
Yes.
Commissioner Barbara Baca.
Only 10.
She's still.
Yeah. Come on.
We still got 2 hours, so we last do Commissioner Benson's whole birthday.
Oh.
Yes. I'm here. Yes, sorry.
Okay, great. Vice Chair Frank Baca.
Yes.
Madam Chair Barboa.
Yes.
Great. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, we're getting down to the nitty gritty. County Manager Cindy Chavez to present transitional healthcare services at MDC. A very important item.
Great, thank you so much. This item will authorize me to begin making investments in order to effectuate the transition from UNMH to a new service model. We have 10 and a half months. UNMH will be out of the MDC facility on June 30 of next year. This will allow me to take some actions that are needed more quickly. We have 10 and a half months, and there are 3 or 4 things that we're going to have to be able to start investing in right away. One is that we are engaging a consultant to help us with the transition, and that's John Allen and Associates. Second is we're going to also engage a some comms support and help, especially because we want to make sure that we're doing robust outreach and engagement in the community while this process is going forward. This next item, the electronic health record, is probably the most important, and that's how we would manage medical information in the jail and the transition in any new environment where you're bringing in a brand new health record is going to be challenging, both because we have to bring on that health record, we have to choose it, purchase it, train people on it, and work with UNMH to get all of the data, the electronic health records, into a new database so that we're able to operate it. Third, we're looking at needing to take action on a pharmacy sooner rather than later, a pharmaceutical partner, because we need to make sure that we're able to demonstrate that we have that club in our bag, so to speak. And the reason that is really important is that we can't get Medicaid funding without having the pharmacy stood up prior to this process. And we want to start doing that right away because that's ongoing funding that we can use to enhance services in the jail. In addition to that, we will probably need to bring on a couple of term employees to assist us with both project management, but transition based on the overall service provision model, and then specialty care that we're going to need to make sure that we're covering. So by October, what our hope is in the first meeting in October to bring you options for a service model. And so that work has already begun. And given that we were informed of this in late June, this is our first meeting to have an opportunity to even discuss this with you.
Thank you, Madam County Manager. I move approval. Can I have a
Second.
second? Thank you. We have a motion and a second from Commissioner Benson. Open for discussion and questions. Yes, Commissioner Olivas.
Just briefly, I definitely recognize the need and all of those and some of the documents that we've all been able to review. The pharmacy, the electronic health records, the consultant, right? Having somebody that's done this in other communities, big and small across the country, all very, very important things that I think really move the ball, move us closer to providing that constitutional and moral level of care that everyone that enters our custodial care deserves and that we're obligated to provide. So I think it's, all those are very important. I just wanted to note, and, Manager, if you want to say anything, absolutely feel free, that, the language here is quite broad, right, as on a sort of just direct read of what this says. It's kind of everything. But to be very clear, you're really only kind of focused on these roughly 3, areas, maybe a few other little sub areas to kind of get things going. And then this commission will have the opportunity to really look at what the overall plan is for, the larger sort of medical care. Because I know I have a lot of people in the community asking about what happened and what are you guys going to do next. Mm-hmm. And so, just want to be very clear that this is the start. But while this sounds very broad, the approach is actually fairly narrow.
That's a really fair read, and I'll just reinforce that first meeting in October is really when you all will have the opportunity to make a decision about which option. And once that occurs, we're going to have a lot more information, I think, about cost and based on strategy. And that could include, for example, anything from contracting out the service, which you've already told us no to in general, to some sort of hybrid model, to versions of that hybrid model in terms of how we proceed. So we'll come back to you because there will be so much to discuss. Are we hiring people? How many contracts do we have? I will say that one thing I probably should add, and I appreciate the question, because we may be needing to act on some subcontracts sooner rather than later. But that I think we would be able to discuss with you in October, because I think we'll know the answer to those bigger specialty approaches by then.
Thank you. Yes, Vice Chair Buck.
Yeah, I actually had the same thought, a comment as Commissioner Olivas. The language here is fairly broad, and so knowing that you're coming back in October is reassuring. So thank you.
I will say too, just for full disclosure, I don't yet know what I don't know, and that's part of the reason there's broad language, but we'll be reporting back to you in, about 60 days. And so, if there's, anyway, I'm more saying that because what I just laid out for you is based on what the consultants told us to date.
Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Commissioner.
I had one other thought after that, and you're probably already planning this, but when you do that larger report back, can we also get a look back at anything that was authorized under this authority?
Of course.
Just tell us, hey, we did $100,000 with this consultant, and we did, so that we understand kind of what's been done proactively, and then what may be happening going forward.
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. And Commissioner Barbach, if you want to say anything, but I did want to say I'm on both this commission had entrusted Commissioner Barbara Baca and myself to sort of be closer to these efforts. And I just wanted to say thank you for all our team just being so strong and on it. County Manager being really diligent and moving very quickly. And I just want to recognize Dr. Fassel. I'm really grateful that before we actually heard some of this news, I had a really good meeting with her, and I could see her knowledge, her experience, and really her passion, which in this work, any doctor, of course, wants to bring healthcare, but the desire and passion to actually work in a carceral facility and provide much, even more than regular hospital complications and care, I could see her genuine, authentic desire to do that and do it well. And so I'm really excited for your leadership, Dr. Fassel, and thank you for everyone bringing and pulling together what we need. So, so we have a motion and a second. Without any other comment, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Olivas.
Yes.
Commissioner Benson.
Yes.
Commissioner Barbara Baca.
Yes.
Vice Chair Frank Baca.
Yes.
Madam Chair Barboa.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Great. Dr. Lindstrom, Deputy County Manager of Behavioral Health. Approval of one-time opioid settlement funds. Thank you. Oh, yeah, it is. You're our last item again. We always do this to you.
Madam Chair, members of the commission, good evening. I'll attempt to make this short and sweet. This is all about Keep New Mexico Alive. This was a passion of former Deputy County Manager for General Services, Lisa Cedillo White, and something she was very passionate about. And she made a point of talking to me as she was exiting to say, please carry this mantle, moving forward. And it really focused initially really around the introduction of fentanyl in this community and nationally. And it grew from there. And continuing on with that as a piece of her legacy, it still fit very much with regards to the opioid strategic plan that we did jointly with the city, the LGCC implementation guidance document, which you all voted on. And we just finished year one of the first year of implementation on our strategic plan. And part of what we worked on in year one was looking for And you heard the county manager briefly talk about earlier tackling fragmentation and silos, etc. And this was no less valid when we're talking about behavioral health services in the county as well. So the reality is that we receive liquor excise tax monies. We have a DWI planning council that all operated out of the CARES campus, and it was a silo unto itself. So as we did our strategic plan and we're looking for building infrastructure and capacity, et cetera, we thought, well, we want to get more upstream and start focusing more on prevention and not all of our resources always going to intervening so late in one's life trajectory. And if we can get upstream of these issues, begin to prevent them, that's where there's a real return on investment in terms of creating a higher quality of life and preventing all kinds of consequences for the community. So we've really looked to leverage the DWI funds that we get through the liquor excise tax, which focuses a lot on prevention and public awareness, et cetera, with also what we want to do relative to keep New Mexico alive, which complements nicely what the liquor excise tax does, but for us to use messaging around fentanyl, focusing on harm reduction around opioid use, looking at promoting help-seeking behaviors, et cetera. That's kind of outside the purview of the DWI funds, but we can get synergies around messaging around a variety of substances without necessarily always being specific to a particular substance. And I can remember talking to Lisa before she left. I said, fentanyl is kind of the substance du jour. The cartels, et cetera, they're savvy corporation enterprises, they market, and when a particular substance doesn't yield the same profit anymore, et cetera, then they'll introduce something else onto the market or bring back something that was popular in the past. And besides, our primary substances of use today are still alcohol and methamphetamines, even more than fentanyl. The problem is fentanyl is far more deadly and poses a much higher risk. So this slide basically demonstrates what the phases are over the last 3 years relative to this plan. We're calling this phase 4. And phase 4 is really around there are populations that we have not included in Keep New Mexico Alive. We need to do more messaging relevant to youth. We need to do messages in Spanish, which we've not historically done. We need culturally appropriate messaging for our indigenous communities and particularly for youth as well. So we're really looking at being far more targeted in the messaging that we do going forward with this campaign. So we're asking to that the board approve a one-time allocation of $125,000 and authorize the county manager to approve any future amendments in accordance with AR 2025-37. And with that, I'll stand for questions.
Thank you, Dr. Lindstrom. I move approval. Can I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second for discussion. I guess I wanted to make a quick note just to say I thank you for this background and for the context. Keeping them alive, both as an education awareness campaign, both as a resource information hub, and that this was really a way that people impacted by the fentanyl crisis came together and said what they needed, right? So I think I really appreciate the direction moving forward. The slide before, I already forgot because it's late, but I appreciate the direction that was on the slide before moving forward. And I guess I just also want to say like also a little bit different from DWI is that with alcohol we can target the user. I think and I think with even with alcohol and with any substance, let's not forget the people that love them, because I think that's who I heard from a lot. People are seeking resources, seeking ways to for their loved ones. So that's what keeping in mind also is hopes to address. But I think that's the direction you're going. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Olivas.
Yes.
Commissioner Benson.
Yes.
Commissioner Barbara Baca. Vice Chair Frank Baca.
Yes.
Madam Chair Barboa.
Yes, yay. Thank you, Dr. Winston. And welcome to the half a century club, Commissioner
Thank
Benson.
you. Thank you. It's a blessing.
Next commission meeting is Tuesday, August 25th. As the administrative meeting at 5 p.m. Ken Sanchez Chambers. There's no other business. This meeting is adjourned. Thank you.